Those isobars squeezing together, so it will turn quite blustery into the weekend as well, and those frontal systems that you saw bringing in swaves of showers. First thing during the overnight period for parts of western Scotland, down into northern England and Wales. Also the potential for another band pushing across southeast England. Just some uncertainty in regards to the positioning of that one, but definitely some heavy pulses of rain possible first thing on Saturday. Not going to be a cold night at all, actually pretty mild in the southeast, but slightly fresher further towards the west, lows of around 12 to 13 degrees Celsius. Saturday then turns into a day of sunshine and showers for the vast majority of us, particularly for Northern Ireland and Western Scotland. That's where we'll see the most frequent showers, potential for those to turn heavy with some hail and thunderstorms as well. With those blustery winds, though, across all areas, those showers will be pushing through relatively quickly, so still some sunny spells around, and in that sunshine, climbing to highs between 19 and 24 degrees Celsius. That main low pressure centre stays with us through Sunday as well. Some heavier showers for southern Scotland down into northern England, but we're then focusing our attention on this area of rain that's going to start pushing its way in from the southwest. Again, got to watch the exact timings of that, but certainly could turn quite damp for Wales, southwest England later on. Further showers into the new week as well. That's all for now. Bye-bye.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, "Nana, stop arguing." I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 29th of July. This morning, another day, another rail strike. Members of the RMT union in 14 train operating companies are walking out once again today. When will the waves of strikes be over?
Probably never. ITV chef James Martin is the latest celebrity to be accused of workplace bullying, and it could be much more commonplace than many think. Have you ever experienced that in your workplace? If so, please get in touch.
And with wildfires raging in Europe, staycations are back on the cards as some holiday operators witness a significant increase in sales of domestic getaways. We'd like to know, if you're going to staycation, where would you choose? Where's the top destination for a great British holiday?
And most importantly, what's happening weather-wise this weekend? Let's take a look.
Once again, low pressure has returned for the weekend. Join me later for the full details of what that means for you.
Well, it's wonderful to be with you this morning. I'm Anne Diamond.
And I'm Martin Daubney, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
It's interesting, this business about workplace bullying, because we've seen so many alleged instances of it just recently, particularly in the television industry. Have you ever seen it?
Well, certainly back in the days, I used to work on tabloid newspapers, and I would often see grown men crying, in pubs, in breaks, because they were getting so carpeted. But that was just the norm then.
Yes.
Not saying it was right, but it was absolutely the norm. This is like the late 90s, 2000s.
Yeah, it's certainly. I think there are some jobs, some professions, where it's almost seen as a sort of rite of passage to be bullied. Editors of newspapers in the olden days, when I was a trainee, they were absolute demons.
Yeah, you almost said the word there, but I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, they were horrible people.
And it was seen as, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen, which that's the James Martin.
That would be the answer if you complained at all of anything like, that might be bullying or I'm feeling harassed.
Yeah.
You'd just be told to, get on with it. This is the job.
You weren't made of the right stuff, therefore you can't cut the grade, therefore if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. And of course, nowadays, we're seeing a complete flip of that, like the Dominic Raab situation. Yeah. Or we turn into Generation Snowflake.
Well,
so where's that line?
I don't know. I was thinking, what other professions would have it? And you think inside hospitals, those consultant surgeons and people like that who used to swan around the wards, and they were seen as gods, but they were also horrible to deal with, and they made it their business to really bully the junior doctors.
And same with police, don't forget, there's so many cases of police bullying, but again, was that a kind of hangover from a previous generation, retrograde bullying, sexism, racism, all that stuff? Yeah. My missus is a teacher. She tells me now you can't say boo to a goose. You can't say anything without being on an HR rep. It's so politically correct.
Has it swung the other way, where you can't be grown up and forceful about things because you'd be accused of bullying?
Well, you can't call out basic incompetence for fear of being called a tyrant. That's what happened, I think, with the Dominic Raab case. So there's a really fine line between criticising work, which is completely legitimate, and being an overbearing tyrant, which, of course, is going too far. But who decides where that line is? I think people are very confused then.
Yeah, I think people like Dominic Raab are confused about it. I mean, he must have asked himself, did I go too far or didn't I? You don't want a minister, particularly during a crisis time like COVID, you don't want a minister to just be, soft and gentle, and you need to get things done, don't you? And if somebody's not working, why shouldn't you actually tell them? On the other hand, we live in the 21st century now, and you should be able to do your job without being a bully. I'd love to hear from anyone who... Well, you'll have a view on whether we are snowflakey nowadays or whether we have a right to expect to be treated as human beings at work. I'd love to hear your story if you've got one to tell us. Do get in touch. Of course, usually, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
.com these days.
Sorry, yes, I know.
We've gone progressive.
But I still can't get it right. Views@gbnews.com. Do you know, I'm going to have it writ large somewhere so I can read it every time.
Put it on my forehead.
Yeah, OK, I'll do that. Anyway, it's nice to be with you this morning.
And yourself,
Stephen is off this weekend. He's going to be off for a couple of weekends now because he's going to be covering for Eamon during the week. And much to the boss's chagrin, he can't work at weekends as well as during the week because he needs some time off. So we'll allow that.
Because they're desperate. They've got me in.
Absolutely desperate, yeah. We've got a lot to talk about today. So shall we get on with our top story this morning? Rail passengers facing more disruptions as members of the RMT union are walking out again today.
Yeah, 14 rail companies will be factored, and a large part of the rail network will see little or no service at all today. Services that do run today will finish much earlier than usual.
Well, who can we talk to about all this? Our travel guru, Simon Calder. And a very good morning to you, Simon.
Good morning from a station where things are running normally. Unfortunately, it's in France. And actually, things are running pretty normally in lovely Northern Ireland, beautiful Scotland and wonderful Wales, because those railway companies are not affected by the national strike. However, thousands upon thousands of trains are being cancelled today because of yet another strike by members of the RMT union in an extraordinarily long and bitter dispute over pay and working conditions. And that means that if you are making an intercity journey, a journey to or from the seaside, well, you absolutely need to check in advance. Interestingly, there are more trains, I calculate, running today on a national strike day than there have been before. But even so, exactly as you say, things will be wrapping up at about 7 p.m. And the message very much from the train operators is do not start a journey unless you're absolutely sure that you can finish it. And to be fair, I've travelled a lot ever since the first strike day, well, since the 1980s, which was 21st of June last year. Most strike days I've travelled by train, and the services which are advertised tend to run pretty efficiently.
Simon, this has been going on for so long now. You know, Mick, the Grinch Lynch, tried to steal Christmas. Now it seems he's trying to steal the summer. This has been going on forever. It's got to be the longest strike since I was a kid in the 1970s. What are they after, and what do you think it's going to take to reach some kind of breakthrough?
Well, you've summed it up beautifully there, Martin. Yeah, I thought it was all going to be over by Christmas, but last Christmas, I'd be glad if it's over by this coming Christmas. There is a fundamental gap between what the unions want and expect, and we're not just talking here about the RMT. We've got the usual ASLEF overtime bans, a whole series of them, which are basically running Monday to Saturday, very regularly through the Saturday and through the summer. And unfortunately, next Saturday's Pride event in Brighton, one of the biggest Pride events in the country, there will be no trains to Brighton because they didn't think that they could run enough with the overtime ban going on. But let's have a look at what's happening with the RMT, and actually it's the train drivers union as well. The same thing, which is they in many cases haven't had a rise for 4 years. They say we want a decent increase in pay, and please give us that, because obviously we worked all the way through COVID. We're expecting inflation to continue to be high, so we want that decent pay rise. The train operators, who actually are basically just doing the government's bidding, say, well, you can't. Haven't you seen what a disaster finances are in the rail industry since COVID? Basically, the bedrock of season ticket sales, people paying thousands of pounds every year to commute in from places like Winchester and Woking. Well, that's all gone, and not all gone, but large parts of it has, as people tend to work more flexibly. Therefore, we're really short of money, and the only way you can get even a modest increase is if you agree to changes in working conditions. And the unions, who are used to, and good luck to them, every time there's a so-called modernisation or an efficiency, they would extract an extra few percent for that. They say, no, give us a decent pay rise and then we can talk about modernisation. And I'm afraid those two sides are far apart, and there's no sign of when they're...
Well, it's interesting, Simon, that talking to you there in France at a railway station, how do we compare with other countries? Is it just us having problems with our travel unions, or are we fairly typical of the rest of Europe?
Live TV.
Yeah. Well, at least it proves the trains are running somewhere. Go on, Simon, we'll try and...
Yes, Thank you. That was the longest freight train in history. So, yeah, let me tell you what the situation is. In France, we have had terrible strikes. I mean, I don't know what the equivalent of Michel Lynch is, Mick Lynch here, but he certainly was the Grinch who stole Christmas, because they did actually cancel a whole load of services due to strikes over Christmas. This was mostly due to the shocking suggestion that they might raise the pension age to from 62 to 64. And the same thing with air traffic control, by the way, although they've all gone quiet, thank goodness. And I'm slightly straying off the trains just for a moment, but great news overnight, which is that the air traffic control Eurocontrol strike, which was threatening thousands of flights every day, that is effectively off. They reached a deal last night. They're putting it out to the voters, recommended to accept. So that's one thing crossed off my list of things to worry about. But anyway, Germany also, and the thing about Germany is that they don't have this minimum 2-week warning. So that, I mean, the good thing is that in the UK, if you are going to be disrupted, because they have to give 2 weeks warning. In Germany, they just sort of say almost at the drop of a hat, oh yeah, we're going on strike tomorrow, no trains. So yeah, there's a lot of unhappiness, but the UK is different because the UK does not subsidise trains to the same extent as other European countries, and therefore the government wants more money from the passengers, which it isn't getting. So the only other thing they can do is try and make the whole train set a bit more efficient.
Well, Simon, isn't part of the problem, back to the UK situation with the train strikes? We have a very different world now post-pandemic. Journeys themselves are a fraction of what they were before. We're seeing a work from home culture. It was about 54% of pre-pandemic journey rates, and profits are plummeting as a result. And of course, 62% thereabouts of profit from train companies who are private is actually from the state, who are propping it up. So this pay deal is almost a pay deal of a different time, in as far as it relies on the public purse at a time when the revenue simply isn't coming in. So it's government money at a time when the magic money tree has simply been burnt to the ground.
Oh, very much so, yes. And anybody, the rail unions say, oh, well, you've got all these shareholders, all these foreign companies who are making money, and if only that money was put back into the railway, then we'd be able to afford pay increases. Well, I'm afraid it's only a couple of percent that you're talking about. That's effectively a management fee. We don't have the same franchising system as we did before COVID. It's effectively, you're a train company, you do what the Department for Transport tells you, and you get a couple of percent fee on top of that. It's looking pretty intractable. The passenger numbers are coming back, Martin, but what's happening is that they are coming back on leisure journeys where typically, thank goodness, we pay a heck of a lot less for our tickets than you do if you are buying a season ticket, so that allows you to get to work in a big city every week. So we're not spending as much, and the trouble is, leisure is exactly where the rescue of the railways is coming from. But every time people want to plan a trip, they say, well, actually, we can't do it more than 2 weeks ahead because we don't know how disrupted the trains will be. So what we're now seem to be in is a kind of war of attrition, with the unions saying we're going to keep striking or having overtime bans for as long as it takes, and the government and the train operators saying, well, we think actually we're detecting signs that people are coming back to work. They've lost thousands of pounds already, and so therefore what we're going to do is just keep taking these strikes. And well, I mean, last Saturday, for instance, I managed to travel from Canterbury to London on a strike day, and that's the first time trains have run there. Increasingly, there are kind of pretty reliable services on strike days, and so that, the train operators say, indicates that more and more people are kind of drifting back to work. But it's a miserable situation because, of course, stuck absolutely in the middle is the poor old long-suffering passenger.
Yeah, absolutely. And families who are trying to get away with their kids at the moment as well, because they've just gone on holiday. I'm always fascinated, Simon, when we join you. You pop up in various different places throughout the world. What is it? Is it work or leisure that brings you to the south of France this morning?
Oh, and look, life is one long holiday when you're in the travel journalism business. Occasionally I will pop up and pretend to do a bit of work, but most of the time I've got my feet up with a cup of coffee, or depending on the time of day, maybe a glass of wine, and enjoying the sunshine and the beautiful Mediterranean temperatures here.
You cut a striking figure, don't you? You just sort of plonk yourself in the middle of an arrivals hall at Heathrow Airport, or there you are on a railway station in France. Anyway, whatever it is, have a good time, and we look forward to seeing you very soon.
Thank you.
Popping up somewhere else in the world.
Thank you, Simon.
you.
And they just love the fact that even a freight train can't stop Simon.
If there's anyone going past and sees Simon, I want to know what he looks like. Is he sitting down on a little bench on the...
Yeah, I think he's a little cafe there, got a cup of coffee. Anywhere he goes, he makes a hotspot, makes an office. He's a very, very adaptable
journalist. Or does he carry a little, carry one of those suitcases that you can sit on, and set it up, and have a little camera there? I'd love to see what he looks like from afar. And what people think when they're walking past him, too. Anyway, that's Simon Calder, absolutely amazing, the man who knows everything about travel, thank goodness. Right, shall we move on? The time is 6:15. A very good morning to you. You're watching me and Martin here on Breakfast on GB News.
Next story now. Donald Trump, the former US president, said he would not end his 2024 presidential campaign if he is convicted and sentenced on the charges against him.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? We actually could get into that scenario that we were all talking about. We were almost laughing about it, the idea that he could perhaps go to prison, but still become president and then pardon himself.
Yeah, it is extraordinary.
This is all happening despite his former lawyer in the Mueller investigation now saying the evidence against him is overwhelming.
And on the other side of the divide, the plea deal against Joe Biden's son Hunter also fell apart as the judge found it to be unusual. That's an understatement. A year out from the next election, is this the best, really, that America can do?
You really do wonder if you're an American citizen and you're going to vote. What sort of choice are you facing? So let's head to Tennessee and speak to lawyer and political commentator Steve Gill. A very good morning, Steve.
Hey, I want to be Simon's assistant when I grow up.
He doesn't seem to need one. That's what's incredible. But, I mean, back to the States, the state of politics at the moment in the States. I don't know what you would do if you're an American citizen at the moment, except tear your hair out. What's going on both sides of the political divide?
You know, I hate to tell you, here in Tennessee, years ago, we had the majority leader of the Democratic Party in the Tennessee State House go to jail, get reelected from jail, and then resume his position as the top Democrat in the House. So it's unusual, but it's not unprecedented to see this kind of criminal activity end up in somebody either getting reelected or perhaps in this case, maybe pardoning themselves. You know, I think the most interesting thing about the whole last week is the Hunter Biden case plea deal falling apart, because you had both the prosecutors and the defense team apparently conspiring together to do kind of a secret deal to get him immunity from both crimes he's been charged with, crimes he might be charged with, and things he might do in the future. And the judge saw through it and threw it out, because this would be unprecedented. But the prosecution and the defense were basically conspiring to try to pull one over on the judge, and it didn't work.
It's an astonishing state of affairs, because Trump should really be kind of under the cosh over this, and yet Hunter Biden is handing the Trump team a great opportunity. The approval ratings are extraordinary. So Donald Trump is 56% unfavourable. Biden, who should be romping ahead, is 54% unapproval. So it seems, Steve, that the option is to voters: do you want to be hung or do you want to be shot?
Well, and it's not just the presidency. We've got Dianne Feinstein, the octogenarian senator from California, who had a complete brain freeze this week. You have Mitch McConnell, who leads the Republicans in the Senate, who had an 18-minute or 18-second brain freeze. I mean, we are being led by folks who are way past their expiration date on a milk carton, and it's not just the presidency.
No, that's right. Oh, dear, we're seeing pictures of President Biden falling up those aircraft steps. And I know that accidents can happen, and there's nothing wrong with being old and very, very experienced, but it's just not a good look, is it, for either of the big candidates? For the Hunter Biden thing, it's not Hunter Biden who's standing for office, so how damaging is it to his father that he's facing all these awful charges?
I think it's the conflagration, the whole thing coming together on fire of where he was getting the money. It's no doubt that he was getting tens of millions of dollars. I'm talking about Hunter. And then it was being dispersed to Biden family members. But it's not like he was getting money from Uruguay or was getting money from Chile. He was getting it from China and Ukraine, where we have an active war with Russia right now, with China that's threatening war. It's where these outside foreign dollars were coming from, and whether and how they were affecting U.S. foreign policy under President Biden, and may be affecting things now. We're continuing to pour billions of dollars into Ukraine, where we now know they were putting millions of dollars into Hunter Biden's pockets, and maybe some of that money was going into President Biden's pocket.
And Steve, Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, who was seen as the next great white hope, the kind of successor to Trump, he's going through a sticky patch as well. He's been saying that anybody who's been in jail should be banned from voting. He's had a storm of protests about that. He's also now 46% unfavourable. He was meant to be the great hope for the future for the Republicans. He seems to be withering away. Trump is still ahead by nearly 30 points nationally in every state against him. So it still seems, despite all of the muck that's been thrown around, Trump is still very much the front runner.
Yeah, and every indictment just strengthens his hand in the Republican primary. Now, how that's going to play in the general election when libertarian and female voters and young voters get their chance who aren't as partisan as the primary is, we'll see how that plays out. Ron DeSantis has just apparently fired about 1/3 of his campaign staff trying to reset things. And we've seen here in the U.S., when somebody runs for president for the first time, they may be a very successful governor or senator or business person. It is a big game to move into the ranks rather than playing at your local club. So it's a big jump to go to that next level. And we see so often that people can't make that jump as effectively as they might have thought. I think
well, we will watch and see, because it's all going to play out in front of us, isn't it, very shortly. It's lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Great. Steve Gill there, the political commentator and political lawyer there in Tennessee. Yeah, My goodness.
It kind of almost makes British politics look sedate.
Yes, we're beginning to look quite
dull.
Dull compared now, we are, yes. Yeah, may it ever be so, I guess. We're going to talk in a few minutes about bullying in the workplace. We've seen an awful lot of it playing out very big in the media at the moment because of there's clearly allegedly been some bullying going on in the world of television. We know that it goes on in the world of the press. Yeah. But that's just our world. What about you? Have you ever been bullied in the workplace? Because it can be very damaging and it stays with you for years, I think, because you feel this terrible sense of injustice. Plus, I think it can get you down very badly and depress people a lot and change probably their whole attitude towards their own career. But if you've ever been a victim of it, are you a snowflake or did you have a real right to complain or wish to complain? We'd love to hear from you. GB News at GBView. No, the other way around. GBViews at gbnews.com.
That's it. You got it.
We'll be back in a moment.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your latest GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Like it has seen for every weekend so far in July, low pressure has returned once again. It's pushing its way into northwestern areas of the UK. Those isobars squeezing together, so quite blustery winds throughout much of the weekend. It's also bringing showers for many of us. With those blustery winds, though, the showers will be pushing through at quite a pace, so there'll still be some sunny intervals in between, but showers most frequent for Northern Ireland, parts of western Scotland today, where they could turn heavy, maybe with some hail and thunder in the mixture as well. In those sunnier spells that you do get in between, though, temperatures ranging between around 19, 24 degrees Celsius, but feeling quite cool where you are caught out in that breeze. Into this evening, most of the showers across the bulk of England and Wales will ease their way out, and it should turn largely dry with some late sunny spells. But they'll be continuing throughout the evening and overnight for Northern Ireland, parts of western down into southern Scotland. Again, could be heavy in places. With the breeze that's around, that's continuing to mix up the air, so it won't be a chilly night by any means. Temperatures getting down to around 12, 13 degrees Celsius or so, but a bit fresher compared to some previous nights. Showers first thing on Sunday straight away for parts of Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, down into northern England. Again, a scattering beginning to bubble up for southeast England as well. Further towards the west, though, we're starting to draw our attention to this rain that's going to be pushing into the southwest. So a bit of damp weather later on in the day, but temperatures, again, around 19 to 22 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage. Here on GB News, we will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It's 6:27. Well, you're watching and listening to Breakfast with Anne and Martin this morning. Still to come, we've got lots of things to talk about. We're going to be talking about workplace bullying in a moment, and I know you've got views already. But if you were watching just, 20-odd minutes ago, we were talking to our travel guru, Simon Calder, he pops up all over the world to talk to us and give us the very latest on what's happening in the travel world. And I was wondering what it looks like, because he goes to Heathrow Airport or any big airport and he just plonks himself down and talks to camera and talks to us. And I was thinking, what does he look like when he does that? Does he have a little tripod that he puts his camera on? No, look, he's just sent us a photograph of what he looks like when he's sitting there talking to us this morning from a railway station in the south of France. And he's literally just plonked himself down on a bench. Yeah. He's got his laptop on his lap. And he just sort of sits there and talks to us.
A one-man band, a tour de force, unstoppable, not even a freight train to stop him this morning.
No, and it was a very long freight train that went past, silencing him for a few moments. But I just think that's extraordinary, that maybe nowadays, I suppose it's not so unusual to see somebody just sitting down talking to a laptop, because that's how we all keep in touch with each other nowadays.
Like, cafes are packed with people on their laptops.
They are.
Most of them probably aren't doing any work. Simon, however, is. I think it's so adaptable, superb.
Yeah, absolutely. We were also asking you, if you're going to do a staycation, if you can get a train to take you wherever you want to go, where would you go? Where would you highly recommend to other people? Ben says the Isle of Wight. It is simply magical and mysterious too.
To a degree. Peter's got a very interesting point. UK is great for holidays, but how do families now afford it? Because I went to Llandudno in Wales this week. Absolutely fantastic place. But my wife and I have fish and chips. Guess how much it costs? We shared one portion of chips and mushy peas, 22 quid. 22 quid! Wow. Fish and chips, one portion.
I mean, You do hear these reports now that fish and chips are becoming a really expensive dish. And they go with going to a British seaside resort.
It's got to be done, yeah.
You've got to have your fish and chips. But £22 for one portion.
That's a sting.
Is quite expensive. I hope it was tasty. So if you've got to add anything, don't forget it is, somebody very kind has written it down for me now, gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yes, you got it in one.
So on to this business of workplace bullying. The ITV chef James Martin, well, he's the latest celebrity to be accused of bullying in the workplace, as it were, after a series of incidents have been reported by staff.
Yeah, bullying has become a frequent problem in the workplace, with the human resources company CIPD revealing that 53% of those bullied or harassed in the last 3 years did not even report the problem to a higher authority.
Well, that's right. Everybody has a problem with bullying, don't they? Am I being bullied? What do I do about it? Will it get worse if I report it? Or am I being a snowflake? How do you even know you're being bullied at work? And what can you do about it?
Well, this morning we're joined by Managing Director of Conduct Change, Nikki Iyer, who provides consultancy, coaching and training solutions rooted in the prevention of workplace bullying. So, Nikki, the incident with James Martin was fairly extreme. He was using expletives, allegedly over damage done to his driveway. But he was saying people might have to go and stand in the rain, have their lunch outside. He was angry about something with good reason, perhaps, but he simply went too far. But where is that line? How do you know when that line is being crossed? As we were saying earlier, we have some tyrants in newspapers and journalism, but that was the norm then. But where is the acceptable norm these days, would you say?
It's a really interesting question, and one of the problems with workplace bullying is that there's a level of subjectivity, and people, some people would be able to take different kinds of behaviour, and for other people it would be a real problem. However, what we're really looking at is a pattern of that behaviour. So when it continues, it's not just somebody having a bad day, it's not just something has gone wrong and, they've got other things going on. I know in the James Martin case, he's now talked about all the other things that were causing him, stress in his personal life. Yes, we all have those, we have bad days. But when that behaviour is repeated, when there is a pattern, when it becomes a personal attack on people, when it undermines them, humiliates them, puts them in a really tricky position in front of other people in particular, although a lot of it is very covert, then we're moving from a bad day into a pattern of workplace bullying.
What I don't understand is if it happened to me, I would worry about whether just complaining about it to somebody from the HR department would actually make things worse. Because what do they do? What can they do? The bullying is usually coming from somebody who's senior to you. And that's the problem, isn't it? So how do you, the HR person, sort it out without making it worse?
So bullying can happen in every direction. So more often than not, we think about it as the person who's in a superior position, if you like. But it's about a power imbalance. So actually it can be upwards, it can be sideways, and it can be downwards. But one of the problems we've got is that when people go to report bullying, what happens at that stage? And what we tend to find is that people are moved into formal processes very quickly. And formal processes, they go taking out a grievance, raising a written complaint against that other person. That's when it becomes very damaging. That's when a lot of the mental and physical health damage comes in as well. And that's because at that stage, what we're trying to do, what the organisation is trying to do, is make sure that they have ticked all the boxes and they don't go to a tribunal. What the person who has been bullied is trying to do is say, I'm really unhappy with this and I don't want it to happen anymore. But we tend to go straight into that formal process instead of saying, what can we humanly do to have a look at this situation? How can we have those conversations? How can we look at the bigger picture and see what's going on? Because actually there are many, many things that influence whether somebody is going to bully or not. But unfortunately, once you get into a formal process, they're looking for a win-lose, and it's much more of a grey area than that. So, my first piece of advice is that should be your last resort. Yeah. Only go to formal processes as a last resort.
And how much of your work is from people who've been bullied coming to you, as opposed to institutions must be terrified now of being approached for allegations of being bullying? It can lead to senior management who take years and lots of investment to get to that stage. So how much of your work is protecting bosses from claims? Because let's face it, this is such a grey area. It's like a Wild West.
It is. I think one of the really big things about workplace bullying is that people have been afraid to talk about it. Actually, a lot of my work is actually about the training, the going in, the opening up those conversations, because there's a huge amount of emotion attached to the word bully. But when we actually allow people the opportunity to say, what is bullying? What are all the different bullying behaviours? What is it that turns something from a bad day or a moment of incivility to escalating into a pattern of behaviour? And a lot of my work is actually around working with organisations where there are entrenched behaviours. So people work in a particular way. You learn an awful lot of your own behaviour from observation. So when you go into a workplace and you see somebody who puts others down, who undermines people, who will shout at people, who uses that kind of approach to get their own way, then when you see them being promoted, you start to say, well, that's the behaviour that's going to get me rewarded. Start to adopt it even on an unconscious level, and that's how we get these cultures of toxic bullying behaviour in organisations.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting, is that bullies often do well in the work structure, don't they? Yeah. And maybe we learn off that. We're going to say thank you very much and leave you, Nikki, sadly, because the audio coming from where you are at the moment is just not working right. Yeah. But what you've been saying is absolutely fascinating. I find that really interesting. Bullies often do well in the workplace.
And it's interesting, Anne, because, you know, I had bosses, as I said, that were quite tyrannical. But actually, I wanted to gain their respect, and a compliment from them meant so much. And Julian in Coventry has sent in a fascinating point here. I joined the police years ago, and I remember handing in a report a day late, and the way my sergeant spoke to me in front of the whole shift. No doubt today I could accuse that sergeant of bullying and get him sacked. But I've never forgotten him, and now regard him as my best ever supervisor I could have had. So there we go.
Well, that's one side of the argument, isn't it? And I just don't know where you draw the line. You see, I'm not terribly sure I trust HR people for their ability to sort it out. I remember once, I can't quite figure out why, but I had a problem with somebody at work, and I mentioned it to the next boss up. Is there something you can do about that? And he said, why don't we all get you all together and talk it through?
No, I don't want to do that.
And he called this guy in, and I was made to actually go through what my grievance was, and then hear the guy defend himself. And the big boss sort of said, there, we've sorted it out, haven't we? And I thought, no, you haven't sorted it out. You've humiliated me, and you've made everything worse. And it took years before I got on with that person.
Yeah, he thought he was trying to air grievances. In actual fact, it made you look like a snitch.
Yes.
And it caused the problem to be exacerbated.
It did, because then it was out in the open that we didn't like each other.
Yeah, there you go.
And that was awful. But, I mean, and that was barely anything. It really wasn't huge. But I know that some people have huge problems at work, and it scars you. It can scar you for life because it's your work. Yeah. And you can't just give up your work and move somewhere new, can you?
Yeah, and there's somebody here, Ben, who echoes that precise sentiment. There's never, ever any excuse for it. It shows weakness on the part of the bully and nothing else. Well, it must be stamped out.
That's true, but the bully often does well. That's what gets you.
Yeah.
And then the other people copy that behaviour. And before anything, you've got a sort of toxic workplace.
Yeah.
What happened with what's his name as well, whose name I can't remember.
James Martin?
Yeah. Apparently they were shooting some sort of cookery sequence at his home.
That's right, yeah.
And then one of the crew
put some oil in his bin and it leaked onto his drive. He'd had his drive tarted up. £26,000 worth of damage, he said. And so he flew off the handle. An expletive-ridden tirade, it has to be said, that seemed quite long.
Yeah.
Like he really did lose it, and I was using lots of words we can't use on breakfast TV.
But is that bullying? If you lose it and you have an absolute tantrum, is that bullying? Because Nikki there was saying bullying is when it keeps happening, when there's a pattern of behaviour.
But I think in this incident, if you look at the transcripts of it, which the Sun newspaper had, it went from just kind of having a letting off a load of steam about the incident to singling people out and saying, go and stand in the rain outside, have your lunch outside in the rain. At that point, I think, Anne, it becomes a personal, targeted attack, and I think he just went too far.
Well, if you've ever been bullied in the workplace and wondered what to do about it, and literally wondered yourself whether you're a snowflake or you're a real victim, do get in touch and give us your story. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Yeah, there's plenty more to come on GB News this morning, including all the news and views from the Saturday's newspapers. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes & Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views, and often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prison.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 6:42. A very good morning to you. This is breakfast, of course, on GB News, but you already knew that because you tuned in. I always wonder why people say that. You're watching so-and-so. When I'm at home, I say, I know I'm watching that because that's why I chose you. Anyway, thank you very much for being with us. Should we take a look at today's newspapers? So the Saturday Telegraph says second homeowners are to face paying twice the amount of council tax under new laws because they've got twice the number of properties. Seems all right to me.
Yeah, well, Conservative policy seems a bit strange. Anyway, in the Times, police forces are promising to investigate every single crime after years of overlooking low-level offences. What, they're not looking at crime already? Anyway.
I would have thought that was their job.
Yeah.
In the Mail, Keir Starmer has last night faced fresh calls for him to get off that fence and try and delay the expansion of London's ultra-low emission zone.
And back to the migrant round now. Army chiefs are being blamed for delays in housing migrants on a key military base, and that's according to an exclusive on the front page of the Express.
And finally, The Star says, not now pesky ice age killers. Apparently, they're reporting that humankind could be wiped out by ancient nasties released from millennia-old melting ice. Actually, that is quite a cool story. I saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
They've managed to get... Is it some sort of a worm?
Yeah.
That wasn't killed in the Ice Age. It was just frozen and went into a deep, dormant sleep. So it was never actually dead.
Yeah.
And they've found these worms in this bit of ice, and they've been able to defrost them, and they are now alive.
This is like Steve Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
But with worms.
Yeah.
I actually really like that story.
Well, that's the next question, is if it's true of worms, what else could be deep frozen in the ice?
Yeah. Global warming, once again, is going to kill us, this time in a different way via the medium of worms.
Well, something like that. Joining us this morning to make some sense of this is political editor of the HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield, and writer and commentator Candice Holdsworth. It's lovely to see you both. Thank you so much.
Superb.
So, Kevin, first of all, we're going to go to that front page of the Telegraph about council tax doubling for people who've got second homes.
Yeah, I mean, it does strike me as a little bit odd for a Conservative government to be putting up taxes, but we already have the highest tax burden in something like 70 years, so maybe it's not that much of a shock. But yeah, this is Michael Gove, the Housing Secretary, as part of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. This is going to give local authorities, apparently, the power to double council tax on people's second homes. Now, you might think, if you're rich enough to have a second home, then you can well afford it, which is certainly one point of view. As I say, the other point of view would be, well, what are Conservatives doing, putting up taxes? It might well politically backfire on them, because you would imagine that most people who are rich enough to have a second home might well be Conservative voters, and it might make them think twice about backing the Tories.
Yeah,
in the
but we
next general
do.
election.
We have, in places where people like second homes, we have villages, we have seaside resorts where half the housing is empty.
Yeah,
Mr.
well,
Pearce.
that is the argument. That is basically the whole purpose of it. It's not really to raise revenue as such, although it will. It's to try and solve this problem, or the scourge, as it's described, of empty properties.
It's interesting because
local people out of the market.
It's a £200 million tax raid coming here on 100,000 homes. A lot of places like Devon, Cornwall, the Lake District, places where the locals are being, frankly, priced out of the holiday market by outsiders.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult balancing act, Candice. But this is a Tory government putting a tax against, as Kev said, second homers. It just seems like electoral suicide.
Well, kind of, but I mean, I suppose Michael Gove is more of an old-school Conservative. He's not necessarily focusing on and prioritising economics. He's prioritising community and family, and those are Conservative values. And in some of these places, people are saying, you know, our communities are becoming displaced. You know, children can't buy houses near to their parents because you've just got all these empty properties. But, of course, the other thing to consider is, will it damage the local economy of these communities? Because obviously a lot of tourism comes through people doing Airbnb and things like that. So it really is like you have to sort of weigh up what your priorities are. And in this case, they seem to be prioritising the community over making money.
And presumably they'll just pass that price on if it's an Airbnb to the beleaguered customer anyway, who always seems to foot the bill. Candice, the story which caught our eye in the intro there, it's astonishing that it's actually a story. Police forces will promise to investigate every crime.
It's a front-page lead story. I mean, there it is, front page of the Times.
It's basically
My goodness, the police are going to do their job.
Right.
Shock horror.
So how on earth is this a story? They should be doing this anyway, right?
Yeah, well, this is a huge shift now. So police forces are saying they will investigate what has up until now been called low-level crime, so petty theft and things like that, but actually have a huge impact on people's lives.
It does.
And have also damaged people's faith in the police because they're not investigating things like bike crimes or people's tools being stolen from their van. And police forces are now saying, OK, we'll shift resources into that. So they're going to be doing things like fewer mental health checks. Though people have said, OK, what's going to happen to people who are in mental health crisis? Is someone going to help them? So they're going to work with health services even more, so that they can deal with that and then they can focus on crime. Suella Braverman, who's a big fan of the broken windows policy, pioneered by Rudy Giuliani, has really come out in support of this and said, you know, this is what we need to do. Because
What's a broken windows policy?
So you
Small
investigate
crimes.
and you punish what are perceived to be small crimes. And then it's believed to have an escalatory effect because, you know, what some people say is if you allow people to steal bikes or to shoplift, they become emboldened.
Yeah.
And then they start committing bigger and bigger and bigger crimes.
And it worked. It really worked in New York. Let's move on to one of your stories, Kev. This thing about ULEZ. So it was passed as lawful yesterday at the High Court of London for Sadiq Khan. However, it did cost them Uxbridge the by-election. So is this something you think that Keir Starmer, once again, Captain U-turn, will change his position?
I mean, I think it would have been quite good for Keir Starmer. I'm sure he was secretly hoping that the Conservative councils that raised this legal action had won, because it would have solved a massive political headache for him. Although he can't say it overtly, he wants Sadiq Khan not to go ahead with ULEZ because, as you say, it cost them Uxbridge. They can see it potentially costing them other seats in outer London.
But it's an absolute
and
mission
other cities
for
as well.
Sadiq Khan,
It is,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And he's written a book about fresh air.
He's not going to U-turn on this at all. And the last chance for it not to happen, I think, was this court case yesterday. It was ruled to be legal. It's going ahead at the end of August. And, I mean, Keir Starmer can jump up and down and have secret behind-the-scenes talks with Sadiq Khan all he wants, but it's going ahead.
But it's interesting,
that's a massive political headache for him.
Keir Starmer wants to win the next election. Sadiq Khan has already won his election. He is mayor.
Well, yeah, but he's standing again.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
But he is, he's the most senior Labour person in power, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's what being in power is all about, is making tough calls. And he says it was a difficult one, but you're right, he obviously instinctively believes in this and thinks that it is the right thing to do. Now, I guess what he would say is once it's in place, people might get used to it, people might actually realise that they're not as impacted on it as they might have thought they were. That's what they'll be hoping. And then come election time next year, it's less of an issue. This might sort of lance the boil, as it was. Where if you were just to cancel it, you're kicking the can down the road.
It clearly is an
You're
issue.
just keeping it going as a political debate. But it's certainly a major headache for Keir Starmer.
We have to leave it there, sadly, Kev and Candice, but I know in the next hour we're going to talk about net zero. Is it something that Starmer should be pursuing? Because Tories said they'll drop it, and apparently it's given the Labour Party a polling boost. Next time, let's look at that, Candice. Thank you very much.
Lots more to talk about then. Should we bring you up to date then with what's going on today? Climate activist Greta Thunberg has hit out at the government during a protest over the planned development of a new oil and gas field, which would be capable, they say, of producing up to 500 million barrels of oil. She attended a demonstration outside the office of UK Energy Security Secretary Grant Shapps as she urged ministers to be on the right side of history.
And Russian missiles have hit residential buildings in the Ukrainian city of Dnipro, injuring 9 people and causing widespread damage. Emergency services have been working throughout the night, with the mayor saying it was fortunate buildings were largely empty. Russia continues to deny it is targeting civilian sites.
And standard non-barcoded stamps will be expired and no longer be accepted from Monday. Royal Mail says customers sending letters with those stamps could result in the recipient being charged an extra £1.10.
What an absolute rip-off. 3 people have been charged with human trafficking offences after a joint operation between PSNI and Romania authorities. Police say 6 women were identified as victims and the suspects will appear in court in Belfast today.
And the 2023 Emmy Awards are being postponed, marking the first time the ceremony has been pushed back since the 9/11 terror attacks in 2001. Stephanie knows more about this, and she joins us this morning.
Good morning, Anne and Martin.
Oh, don't you look sparkly and
thank
gorgeous?
you. Trying to
Very debonair.
wake up. Thank you.
I was going
Thank
to say it's a
you.
bit early to be sparkly.
I know. Well, I'm definitely not going to be wearing this to any red carpet soon because Hollywood is on strike at the moment.
Yeah.
We're now starting to see.
The writers are on strike.
We're now starting to see the ramifications of the strike. I knew when these strikes had been announced that it was going to have a knock-on effect. At the moment, we're having the Writers Guild of America and the Screen Actors Guild currently trying to take on Hollywood bosses because they want better pays. As in every industry right now, there is that threat of AI, which union bosses such as Amazon, Netflix, they're not budging. So actors, for the first time in 63 years, both of these unions have combined together and they said we're on strike. So what does this mean? A lot of productions are on hold at the moment, and it means actors are not doing publicity. So the Emmys now, people just think it's awards, it's just the actors turn up, but you've got behind the screens, you've got writers who are writing the scripts for the awards. So your writers are on strike at the moment, and so now we're getting into August, Emmys are next month, so I think the bosses are doing the right thing and realising that they're going to have to postpone it.
And the AI conversation is absolutely fascinating. We saw Harrison Ford as an AI version, a great younger version in the new movie.
They're going to do it to Julia Roberts.
Yes, they are.
And so,
in other words, sorry, just to explain. Well, Stephanie's probably better explaining it. But it's you've got an actress like Julia Roberts who is of a certain age now, and AI can allow her to star in a movie but look younger.
And this is where the big conversation's happening, because actors are not having as much rights. There's nothing legal in place where you could use an actor 10 years from now, and there's nothing in place that Amazon, Apple, or even Netflix are saying to these actors, we're going to pay you extra if we use your face in the future. So this is why actors are getting really scared. And in terms of producers and writers, you're now getting like things like ChatGPT, which can be writing scripts. Netflix have just put an advertising up for an AI producer.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a real threat at the moment.
Because Tom Hanks said he quite likes the idea of an AI Tom Hanks acting long after he's passed away. But then there's a legal nightmare, because actually they could be replaced by AI versions of themselves. So in actual fact, this is the worthwhile strike.
And so it is, because at the end of the day, AI could eventually take people's jobs, their livelihoods. You know, it's all good for the A-listers, the big stars, but what about the people who are lower down the chain? What kind of rights do they have? And, you know, the bosses are not giving guarantees that AI is not going to take your job, and that even if we do use you 20 years from now, what are your family going to get rights for?
Yeah.
I mean, that script writing bot, whatever it is brilliant.
It is
really brilliant.
At the moment, it hasn't been polished to a point where it can do a full movie, but I'm sure in the next 2-3 years,
but it
will be possible.
Could do the hard work.
It could, the skeleton.
And then a human being can just sort of refine it.
But I think every industry is at threat at the moment, and you know, people have based their livelihoods on this. People have gone to.
But how can you stop it? I mean, if the writers are on strike at the moment, I completely understand why they would be on strike. But how can you stop the march of progress like this?
Well, this is where the big conversation's happening in Hollywood. But what's going to happen now? What happens when we have all these red carpets? You can't be bringing AI robots to the red carpets. You need humans there.
Yeah, so you might have seen Tom Hanks in a movie looking svelte and young. Suddenly he walks down the carpet to receive an award for it, and he's 20 years older.
Or do we? We saw with ABBA Voyage. It's a bunch of holograms up there. You know?
It's been a success. It's made them millions of money. But the conversation is, how is Amazon, Netflix, all these big billion-dollar industry companies, you haven't got the money to support the talent? I think that just goes over my head a bit.
OK, you're going to be back with us a bit later on.
Yes, I am.
We'll probably continue this conversation then, because it's absolutely fascinating, isn't it? Much more to come, of course, and we'll have the very latest on all those train strikes. Right now, you'll want to know what the weather's doing.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your latest GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Like it has seen for every weekend so far in July, low pressure has returned once again. It's pushing its way into northwestern areas of the UK. Those isobars squeezing together, so quite blustery winds throughout much of the weekend. It's also bringing showers for many of us. With those blustery winds, though, the showers will be pushing through at quite a pace, so there'll still be some sunny intervals in between, but showers most frequent for Northern Ireland, parts of western Scotland today, where they could turn heavy, maybe with some hail and thunder in the mixture as well. In those sunnier spells that you do get in between, though, temperatures ranging between around 19, 24 degrees Celsius, but feeling quite cool where you are caught out in that breeze. Into this evening, most of the showers across the bulk of England and Wales will ease their way out, and it should turn largely dry with some late sunny spells. But they'll be continuing throughout the evening and overnight for Northern Ireland, parts of western down into southern Scotland. Again, could be heavy in places. With the breeze that's around, that's continuing to mix up the air, so it won't be a chilly night by any means. Temperatures getting down to around 12, 13 degrees Celsius or so, but a bit fresher compared to some previous nights. Showers first thing on Sunday straight away for parts of Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, down into northern England. Again, a scattering beginning to bubble up for southeast England as well. Further towards the west, though, we're starting to draw our attention to this rain that's going to be pushing into the southwest. So a bit of damp weather later on in the day, but temperatures, again, around 19 to 22 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by headliners on TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my new show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m, where real people get to meet those in power and hold them to account. Every week, we'll be hearing your views from up and down the country in the real world. Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it. So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything, I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Saturday the 29th of July. Well, this morning another day, another rail strike.
Yeah, this time members of the RMT union in 14 train operating companies are walking out once again today. When will these waves of strike ever end?
The ITV chef, James Martin, has now become the latest celebrity to be accused of workplace bullying. And it could be much more commonplace than many think. We're asking today, have you experienced bullying in the workplace, and how did it affect you?
And with wildfires raging in Europe, staycations are back on the cards. Some holiday operators witness a significant increase in sales of domestic getaways. We would like to know today, what's your top destination for a great British holiday?
And you will want to know what's happening weather-wise this weekend, won't you?
Once again, low pressure has returned for the weekend. Join me later for the full details of what that means for you.
Well, it's lovely to be with you. I'm Anne Diamond.
I'm Mark Dormley, and as ever, it's a delight to be presenting with this legend here. And this, of course, is Breakfast on GB News.
Good morning, John. I don't know where you're from, but John says we just got back last week from Cornwall. It was raining all week, and then the last 2 days the clouds opened up and the sun came out, and we had a lovely, nice, warm sunshine. And then we wanted to go to St Ives, but the trains were on strike.
Yeah, and that's
that's a British holiday for you, isn't it?
Common theme. Ian in Hatfield says Brighton is a fabulous location with seafront restaurants, bars and cafes. And of course, Simon Cowder was saying earlier,
You won't be able to get to Brighton by train today.
This weekend, all next weekend even. I'm afraid Mick the Grinch is stealing summer after taking Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. We'll be talking about that in a few moments.
Yeah.
And bullying in the workplace. It's so interesting. People have got sort of different tags on it. Sometimes you think somebody's too much of a snowflake to complain of being bullied in the workplace.
Yeah.
Other times you actually learn off... well, not a bullying boss, but you learn off a strong boss. Sean says, it's always been my experience that school bullies become workplace bullies, protected and admired by arrogant, pompous people who have an unhealthy need to be loved and constantly yearn for approval by others of their ilk.
Yeah, and a point we made earlier, Adam in West Sussex is saying this, it's impossible to point out incompetence now without repercussions. And that's what the Dominic Raab story was about, wasn't it? You know, he said that you're not doing your job about Gibraltar and Brexit, ended up getting hounded out of office.
Sharon says, I worked for a police force and I encountered bullying, gaslighting and lies against me when I worked there, and I'd worked there for over 11 years.
Paul in Sheffield says, I'm a firm believer in speak as you wish to be spoken to.
Well, yes, I think that's ideal.
Yeah. But I've told off some of my former bosses for being verbally rude, and it seems to create a kind of respect. Saying that, there is a reason they are former bosses.
A viewer who wishes to remain anonymous says, having worked in the NHS now for over 20 years, I've experienced bullying throughout my career. I was bullied for simply doing my job well, and I think it was because I wasn't clinically, professionally or academically qualified.
Yeah, and
if you did your job well, the job for which you were hired, surely that's enough.
Great point here from Linda in Devon, who says, if you make something against the law, then expect trouble. People play the system and the genuine cases and the causes get lost, and then only the lawyers win.
You do hear about it happening in the NHS quite a lot.
Yeah.
I suppose it's because it's such a big employer. Stephen says, I've worked in the NHS for decades, and I can tell you that most bullying has nothing to do with productivity or performance. The bullies I came across were simply vile people with a power complex, and they were often not very good at their own jobs.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people talking about staycations and the weather, and we heard a story earlier from Llandudno, 22 quid for one portion of fish, chips and mushy peas. That, to me, Anne, is eye-watering. But now, what's the most price you've ever paid for a fish and chip supper? They're getting pricey. You can't get a wedge of cod now anywhere for less than a tenner.
No, cod is becoming... It's a bit like... Do you remember chicken? Chicken used to be a cheap meal, didn't it, 20-odd years ago? And suddenly it's become horrendously expensive. Yeah. And now the same thing's happening with whitefish, particularly cod.
Yeah, cod's... Even if you can get it. I mean, most places now it's haddock or hake or kind of cheaper imposters, but you can't beat a wedge of cod. And I think, if you're on holiday, you've got to spoil yourself. Got to go for it.
Yeah. Last time I had cod and chips was 2 days ago, and it was in... which airport was it? Anyways, I was waiting to come home. Montreal airport. Yeah. And there was absolutely nothing. There was no McDonald's there. There was no Burger King. It was a big airport. It should have had fast food, and it didn't. But we did manage to find somewhere that the only sort of recognisable dish was fish and chips. So we thought, this is crazy, but we'll have fish and chips. The best fish and chips I've had in years.
In Montreal?
In Montreal airport.
Surprised. You expect second-rate food in an airport, and in Canada.
Yeah.
Fair play.
I know.
Beautiful. I'm getting hungry now, are you?
I know, very.
Yeah.
We mustn't talk so much of food. Right, to our top story this morning. Rail passengers are facing more disruptions as members of the RMT union are walking out once again today.
Yeah, 14 rail companies will be affected, and a large part of the rail network will see little or no service at all today. Services that do run today will finish much earlier than usual.
Well, joining us now is former RMT Assistant General Secretary Steve Headley, who often joins us on the programme to talk about train strikes. A very good morning to you, Steve. Has there been any progress since you and I last spoke months ago?
No, I don't think there has. I don't think there's been any further offers on the table, and the conditions that there are going to have to be changes in terms and conditions and loss of jobs are still demanded by the government through the companies. So I don't see any prospect of a strike being settled.
So, Steve, what would get a breakthrough to help end this? Because we're in a situation now where the train network is in a very different position post-pandemic. There simply aren't as many passengers returning to work, paying for those expensive season tickets, about 40% volume down. The government is still the biggest investor, 62%, pumping money in. So it's very, very heavily supported by the government already. How much money are you guys looking for, and how much would that cost?
Well, it wouldn't actually cost anything, because the money that the government is pumping in is being quickly pumped back out to shareholders. Hundreds of millions of pounds, in fact billions of pounds over the period, last few years over the pandemic period, which is ridiculous, because for a lot of time there was only a skeleton service running, but that money still went in, and it went out to shareholders of these private companies. If that money was then taken and given to the workers who are actually running the job, the strike would be over. That would pay entirely. for the strike. So it wouldn't be another massive amount of money that would need to go in. It would just be better use of the money that was in there already.
I mean, these endless strikes are getting everybody down who wants to be able to use the trains. But from the people that you're speaking to, the people you know well, what is morale like amongst the people who are actually on strike? I mean, how much longer can they go on striking?
Well, the thing is that they're prepared to go on. I mean, the strikes, I have to say, the way the strikes have been called is not. I don't think it's been an effective strategy. Having a few days a month or a few days every couple of months is not being effective. But people are absolutely incandescent that when they've had basically a 3-year pay freeze, inflation's rampant, and that they're being expected to take a real terms pay cut and pay for that real terms pay cut with their jobs and conditions. So they're not going to give in. They're not going to accept anything that's on the table at the minute. And
Steve,
until that's they're prepared to go on strike.
What is it about the train drivers and the train unions that's different from the fact that police, for example, they've accepted a pay deal, teachers have accepted a pay deal, fire workers have, civil servants have, doctors have. How much of this, Steve, is actually about pay and how much is about politics? You know, old socialists like yourself wanting to cause maximum damage to the Conservative government.
Oh, that is really ridiculous. I mean, when people are offered, when inflation over the past 2 years is top 20%, and people are getting offered a 9% pay raise, it's 11, nearly 12% real terms pay cut. Do you really think people are going out over socialism when their pay and the amount of money that they can spend every week has gone down real terms by about 20%? That, you know, it's just. I know you just dredge these things up every now and again, but people don't go on strike for that. I wish they did. I really wish they did.
There we go. So you want there to be sort of 1970s style strikes, do you, Steve? Well,
if that's a soundbite that you want to take out of that, but that's not why thousands of people go on strike. I wish we had 80,000 socialists in the RMT, but you don't. Well, so if you want that soundbite, so you can put it in your little bit of thing after your little soundbite after
Steve,
this is finished. Go ahead.
Steve, I'm simply trying to ascertain.
No, you're trying to take something completely out of context.
No, I'm not.
I've explained that that's not why people are on strike.
Steve,
I'm not even employed there anymore. Yes, I'm a socialist. You're absolutely right. I'm a socialist. I wish we had 80,000 socialists in the RMT, but we don't.
Okay. I'm simply trying to ascertain, Steve. What it is about.
No, you're not. You're trying to be clever, and you've not got the word.
No, Steve. I'm simply trying to ascertain why the police unions.
Yeah. We've got 80,000 mad revolutionaries in the RMT who want to go out at every possible reason to overthrow the government. Go on, take that one. Have that as your little soundbite. Take that out of context.
Steve, I'm not trying to get a soundbite. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the fact why the rail unions think they're different to the other ones who have accepted pay deals.
No, personally, as a socialist, you're absolutely right. As a socialist, I think every working class person should have a massive pay rise in line with inflation, because it wouldn't really be an absolutely massive pay rise. It would just keep pace with inflation. The reason other unions took ridiculous pay deals, I don't know. I think those leaderships of those unions are weak. I think that those members, had they had a choice, would have probably voted against that, were pressured into it. Police, by the way, can't go on strike. You mentioned the police. I would have thought you would have known that. The police can't actually go on strike. And what they're trying to bring in now with the government is trying to bring in services, minimum services, that will prevent a lot of rail workers and a lot of public sector workers going on strike. So that's the reason that the police don't go on strike. They're not allowed to go on strike.
What would you say to the notion that the rail service is an essential part of operating in Britain and moving towards a police-style system where the trains aren't allowed to strike either?
Well, that's another ridiculous idea. I mean, if people do that, then workers will have to take things into their own hand and go out unofficially, like they do in France.
What about the pragmatic argument, though, simply that you can go on striking, and the RMT has been striking for a long time now, but you're just not going to get exactly what you want, so you've got to sit down and compromise, haven't you?
Well, the thing is this, look, it's not just about money, it's about thousands of jobs that are going to go. It's about the closure of every ticket office in Britain, potentially. All these things are on the table. It's about thousands of jobs going, and then the people left behind having to pick up the overtime to do the jobs that have gone, because they're going to have to do more weekends, they're going to have to do more night shifts. The work-life balance is going to be destroyed. So, I mean, it's not just about money, it's a lot more than money at stake, and I think that's what's making people so determined that they're going to keep going.
Well, look, we'll leave it there. We don't want to get into nasty arguments. We really don't, actually.
You really want to change your other presenter. You're all right, Dan, but that guy now.
You have to be able to take it, Steve. You can give it. You've got to be able to take it, mate.
Look,
I can take it, but it's just too early in the morning for ridiculous questions, isn't it, really? But you've got your soundbite. You can now say we're all
No, we're not the soundbite types either. We're really not. Look, the main thing is that we're all finishing smiling at the moment. Let's just capture that moment and leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us, Steve Headley, who often comes on the programme and puts a different point of view, and that's what we like, I think, at GB News. Despite really what people think we want at GB News, we like to have a balanced argument, and we argue in a friendly manner.
Yeah.
And I really believe that.
And I think Steve has to answer those questions, because it is a political strike. I've got a lot of respect for him, but he also has to be cross-examined. That's what we're here to do.
Of course, oh, absolutely, of course. Even though, okay. 7:14, shall we move on?
Yes.
I tell you what, this is a really interesting subject. Dining on your own. There are some people who simply never couldn't bear the thought of it.
I can't.
You can't?
No, I just find it like an admission that I'm a complete loser. I mean, I am anyway.
But why is dining on your own, going to a restaurant and dining on your own, why would that be an admission that you're a loser?
It just makes me feel... I don't mind drinking beer on my own, reading a newspaper. I think most people might think that makes you a loser. I like drinking a pint on my own, but eating a meal on my own, that formality, you think everyone's looking at you, it really just isn't for me.
I mean, you're in a job, I'm in a job where you're very often sent on, a story, or whatever we call it, and you find yourself staying overnight in a hotel, in a place you don't know. So what, you'd rather ring room service and eat on your own in your room than go to a restaurant?
Or sort of trudge across a roundabout and go for a McDonald's or something soulless like that. Yeah, I'm just not into sitting down for meals on my own. It just really isn't me.
It's interesting, isn't it? So when you ring up a restaurant to make a booking, have you ever asked for a table for one? And what sort of, impression do they give you? For some people, it's an absolute social taboo. But it is a scenario that's been gaining traction, apparently, more recently for more people.
That's right. The bad news comes, however, as a Michelin star restaurant has introduced a minimum spend that will see solo diners pay double to eat alone.
Is not on.
Yeah, is this even fair? That's the big question.
Well, shall we ask restaurateur and cookery school owner Giancarlo Caldesi? And it's lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, I can't believe that some Michelin-starred restaurants are going to sort of charge for two, even though you're dining on your own.
I found that very appalling, to be perfectly honest. To listen to what you were saying, for some people, it's such a nice thing to go to a restaurant where, especially us, they come to us, many people are on their own, and the restaurant should offer comfort, should offer good food, should offer that little love that we always had in restaurants. Restaurants, they are a community-based, really, at the end of the day. You should never feel afraid that you go to eat on your own. Why? You're out in business, you're doing something, and suddenly you need to go to eat. And you should have a nice dinner somewhere. And why charging for two people? This is greedy. It's not what I would like to see, really, at all. I think,
it's awful, isn't it?
Our industry, absolutely, our industry has gone through such a terrible time. I get it. I've been in West Ham for 30 years now. August is 30 years, and really, I never ever refused anybody unless they've been really bad as people. They start arguing or they're drunk, and I get it. Also, all the restaurants introduce, if you book a table to us, you have to give us a deposit. I get that, because people book a table that they do not turn up, and we have to make a living. That I don't mind. But now, saying you come for one, pay for two, I think it's stretching the boat far too far, really.
Can I ask you what you do if you've got somebody who says this? I want to book a table and I'll be on my own. Do you give them a tiny little table near the entrance to the loos, or what is the best place for a table for one?
Any tables. A table there for two, you give a table for one. Just an example. Look, Thursday night, okay, we were fully booked. A gentleman called Philip calls, says, on my phone actually, said, Giancarlo, can I come in? I've got for me just eating. No problem. He came, he ate, he drank. I even offered him a drink. And this is not the only person. I think if you come to my restaurant on your own, actually, my staff, we always done that anyway, this fact. We should pay more attention, make sure you have a little conversation, not to make you feel embarrassed. Why should you? Why should you not have an opportunity of sitting at any restaurant in the world by yourself, have some wonderful food, and have a lovely day, lovely dinner or lunch? That's what we are there for. Restaurateur always been the heart and soul of a community, really, truly, not just money.
I want to play devil's advocate here, Giancarlo. So you got 10 tables for two, and you get 10 single people phoning up and booking those tables. You're losing 10 extra places. So don't you think that a restaurant has a right to think, well, hang on a minute, we've got tables for two here. I'd rather have them filled. I'd rather take the full coin out of this table. Don't they have a right to turn single people away?
Well, you can play differently. You can say very simply, look, mate, so many one, I put you together, and you put people together, which I've done in the past. So you come to a restaurant and you have a date. It doesn't matter. I'm quite serious. That's how you should do. Come on, we must bring that soul, that wonderful love and care to our diners. What's the point? What is the point otherwise? Not everybody wants to go to a quick, fast restaurant, sit down, have one bite on your own in the corner, totally unrecognized and totally left on your own. Why? It's a community-based. I've been 30 years in one place. I'm very proud, and I do sometimes. I told people to leave my restaurant. And I had people coming and they left the restaurant without paying because they're scammy people. That's what they do. It's fine. It's so why? You see, you take the good, the bad, and the ugly. And if you come to my restaurant, I promise you. Well, I don't mean to be rude, but Michael Gove was in my restaurant for some time ago on your own. I went, I said hello. Did I like him? Did I don't? What difference does it make? I spoke to him. Hello, how's it going? Nice to see you. Everything all right? What would you like? So, thank you. Who are you? So, I'm Mr. Caldesian. Oh, nice to see you. I said, oh, we'll come. So, what's the problem?
What about you?
I can see.
Giancarlo, what about you? Because, obviously you travel a lot. You must end up sometimes in a city, overnight stay. You want a good meal. Are you quite happy to go into a restaurant on your own?
At the moment, as I speak, I'm in Paris to collect my son to come back to England. Last night, I went to a bar downstairs, had a drink, had a chat with everybody around me. I'm okay. I had one drink, then I come back to bed and I'm okay. It wasn't difficult. It's really restaurants, honestly, bars and restaurants especially. I was in New York, actually. And I stopped at one restaurant. The gentleman sat down on my own and said, are you Italian? Yes, I'm Italian. Well, I'm from New York. So I'm Italian, New Yorker. And we had a chat and we had I had the most wonderful moment that he told me about the mafia and all the things. And I thought, wow. If I was with a wife or if I was with somebody else, of course, you wouldn't have said anything. Yeah. So you should take an opportunity as a diner to accept, embrace the restaurant. And the restaurant should not, absolutely not, force one pay for two. If I was the customer, I would boycott the place. I would never go.
Me too,
actually,
absolutely.
Other people should say, no, mate, you're not going to do that.
Yeah,
it's
right.
one step too far, guys. It's one step too far. Why? I can't really.
We see, but Martin's
genuinely.
But Martin's got this feeling, and I don't know where it comes from, that if he's sitting and dining alone, he's a loser.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, well, it's a matter of opinion. I'm sorry to think that, because that should not be ever the case. Honestly, I've been in business since 1986 and I see so many things and I get it. But I think the restaurant trade, we are stretching things a little bit too far. And we must come back to what is essential restaurant life, that you come in and say, good morning, Martin. Good morning. How are you, sir? Well, let's say I know your name, okay? Oh, yeah, on your own today. Yes, please sit. And you sit amongst other people, not in the corner. There's no corners. That doesn't exist. At the end of the day, you know, we need to go back to making people feel that the restaurant has a value to you.
Yeah.
Not to me.
We'll have to send Martin to your restaurant.
Well, yeah, I'd love to do that. But actually, Giancarlo, you've inspired me, because I'm on my own tonight, because I've come back to work with Anne. My family are in Scotland on holiday. You've inspired me to go. A new curry house open at the end of my road. I'm going to go out tonight for a meal on my own. I'm going to chat to people. My dad goes out Saturday night. Every night on Saturday night on his own. By the way, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Bob. Love you. He goes out on his own all the time. So I need to just get some confidence. Gianfranco, thank you so much for doing that.
It's lovely to talk to you, Gianfranco. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
There you go.
It was lovely to see you. My son went to his cookery school. It was a birthday present I think I gave him, because one of my sons loves to cook, and he went to Giancarlo's restaurant sort of cookery school and had a wonderful time. But when you said, I'm going to go out and I'm going to talk to you, you don't have to talk to people. You can be on your own.
Yeah.
I mean, I do it quite a lot now, but I always take my mobile phone with me. Well, I've got it anyway. And that's a prop, just in case you feel, I'm sitting here feeling a bit self-conscious. You can be chatting, you can be texting on your... It gives you something to do. And a lot of I see a lot of lone diners who always take a book with them.
Yeah.
And you think, that's fine, why not? So you don't have to be effusive and talking to everybody all the time.
I see a lot of couples just on their phones.
Oh, well,
not even talking to each other.
That is another thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
people who go out together but don't talk to each other because they're on their own mobile phones.
So they're together, but they're actually dining alone in many ways.
Yeah. It's just a thing you've got to get over.
I'm going to try it.
Yeah. But we'd love to hear from you. Have you dined alone? And if you did go alone, were you stuck in a corner next to the loo under a palm tree, you know, as though you were something to be ashamed of? Did you feel like a loser? Or do you do it regularly? Or did you learn how to do it? That's what I've learned how to do it.
Yeah, maybe I need to learn too. It's good. Never too old to learn a new trick.
Well, that's very true.
Yeah.
OK, well, it's a Saturday, and you're probably enjoying a well-deserved lie-in and watching the telly. Maybe it's time to give your mind and body a little nudge to get it going. We'll tell you how after the weather.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your latest GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Like it has seen for every weekend so far in July, low pressure has returned once again. It's pushing its way into northwestern areas of the UK. Those isobars squeezing together, so quite blustery winds throughout much of the weekend. It's also bringing showers for many of us. With those blustery winds, though, the showers will be pushing through at quite a pace, so there'll still be some sunny intervals in between, but showers most frequent for Northern Ireland, parts of western Scotland today, where they could turn heavy, maybe with some hail and thunder in the mixture as well. In those sunnier spells that you do get in between, though, temperatures ranging between around 19, 24 degrees Celsius, but feeling quite cool where you are caught out in that breeze. Into this evening, most of the showers across the bulk of England and Wales will ease their way out, and it should turn largely dry with some late sunny spells. But they'll be continuing throughout the evening and overnight for Northern Ireland, parts of western down into southern Scotland. Again, could be heavy in places. With the breeze that's around, that's continuing to mix up the air, so it won't be a chilly night by any means. Temperatures getting down to around 12, 13 degrees Celsius or so, but a bit fresher compared to some previous nights. Showers first thing on Sunday straight away for parts of Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, down into northern England. Again, a scattering beginning to bubble up for the southeast England as well. Further towards the west, though, we're starting to draw our attention to this rain that's going to be pushing into the southwest. So a bit of damp weather later on in the day, but temperatures, again, around 19 to 22 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage. Here on GB News, we will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com. You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, "Nah, stop arguing." I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Time is 7:31. Welcome back. This is Breakfast with Anne and Martin. And it's interesting, I've had a GB view from somebody who reminds me of the old days of television reporting. Because, and you must be all the same ilk as me, because Gary in Evesham says, you were talking about your travel guru, Simon Calder, being a one-man band sitting there on a French station with his laptop. There he is, look, he sent that picture, if you're listening on the radio. That's Simon Calder sitting on a railway platform in the south of France, laptop on his lap. He's just sitting down on a bench, and that's how he does his reporting. Well, Gary says, you'll remember in the good old days, you would need a cameraman, an assistant cameraman, a lighting guy, an assistant lighting guy, a sound recordist, and, of course, the reporter. And then you'd need a motorcyclist to get the film back for editing. How technology has changed.
And it's the same when I worked in magazines for many years. The chromolins, the markups, the runners, the transparencies, the negatives, the processing, all those jobs have now kind of gone into
in
the
a
wind.
click on a computer.
All been outmoded. So in many ways, that's great what he's doing, but let's think about all the people that don't have jobs in that.
Anyway, how are you watching us this morning? And where are you watching us from? Are you still in bed? Because you actually just can't face getting out of bed this morning. Well, a new study has found that isometric exercises, and I've never understood what they are, apparently they're better than other physical exercises for hypertension, which is a big problem nowadays.
And it might come to your surprise, but planks and wall sits at home can help lower your blood pressure without the usual hassle of going to the gym.
Well, joining us now in the studio is fitness and exercise guru. Josh, we've got a few gurus this morning. Yeah. This is Josh Saltzman, and it's lovely to see you again.
It's nice to be
You always look so bright and perky at this time of the morning.
Well, it's your makeup people.
Well, no.
Because when I got out of bed, I was horrible, but now after a little makeup, I look well.
Think of all the poor people at home who haven't got a makeup artist on standby next to the bed. How can we perk ourselves up at this time in the morning? And what is this isometric business?
Well, I think, first of all, it's very important when you see something on Apple News that it's part of the solution. It's not all the solution. And while the planks and the isometric exercises like this, or holding a squat against a wall like the old exercises people used to do for their skiing, some of those old school is the best school. However, it goes beyond that. And if you want to lower your hypertension or lower your blood pressure, it starts in the mind. And we don't need to go to modern science and statistics. Let's go back to the Stoics. Let's go back to the Buddha. Nothing precedes the mind. And when you free your mind, your blood pressure drops, and your, as we say in Yiddish, your tuchus follows.
Yeah.
So the truth of the matter is, unless you address your mind, your nutrition, and your sleep, the exercise doesn't mean anything. Many people will do exercise, and they'll see those exercises. They go, hey, I'm going to do some wall squats. I'm going to do some planks. That's going to lower my hypertension. Hypertension is very interesting because hypertension in the special forces, for instance, sometimes doesn't exist. For instance, I've worked with people as a fitness instructor with guys that are very high up in like a Navy SEAL type of thing, and they could have no sleep for 3 days. And all of a sudden they go, action, take your blood pressure is normal, because they've done enough disciplines and they've done enough mind work that their blood pressure goes up. While at the same time, the person that's behind the desk in the bank or behind the wheel of a car in central London, their blood pressure's flying
Sky high.
Mind over matter.
It's mind over matter, but as they say, it's very easy to give people a couple exercises, see this is a solution. It's a lifestyle change. And being a Stoic believer, it's persist and resist. You have to practice over and over again daily disciplines. Before you turn on the news, and if your narrative is life is awful, the world's out to get me, now there's global warming, now we're going to burn up, now we've got economic problems. And while we have some leaders that can lead us in the right direction, we look at our leaders and we're thinking they're leading us in the wrong direction.
All right, now look, we're talking to loads of people who are probably still in bed, or they're just beginning to wake up over a cup of coffee or something like that. It's 7:35 in the morning. Is there something you can do now in your brain that will start this process that you're talking about?
Yes. First of all, what I would say is this: you have to accept where you're at. And it's called in Stoicism the dichotomy of control. Control what you can, and don't try to control what you can't. It's a serenity prayer. So if you get up in the morning, you say, okay, I have these things to do. Well, you better get your body and your mind and your body together first before you try to get anybody else together. On the plane, put your oxygen mask on first before you put it on your child. So yes, there is daily disciplines. Working your wrists, working your calves, getting your body stretched out, making sure that you're drinking enough water, making sure that you're not overeating, you're eating the wrong foods, sugars, and everything else, because if your gut isn't right, your anxiety goes up.
Should you start the day with a glass of water?
I say you should start the day with a glass of water, but you should practice different forms, like I intermittent fast. So I don't eat first thing in the morning, because I need my digestion to flow. People don't like to talk about this, but if you're constipated, all day long, that's going to increase your anxiety, which is going to increase your hypertension.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So your gut is your second brain. You know, people say, I get a gut feeling about this.
Yeah,
it's I feel in my gut. In my narrative, not everybody's narrative, it may be the audience's narrative as well. If you override your gut feelings, because your brain tries to tell your gut things are okay, and they're not okay, whether the relationship's not right, whether your business relationship's not right, whether your children are not right, whatever it is, you will suffer for that.
Okay, so if everybody at home is thinking, right, what I've got to do is sort my brain first, that's fine. You can don't turn off yet, is all I'm saying, if you want to meditate or something. Then what the next step is, can you show us a few of the things that you're talking about, the physical things?
Of course,
the
because,
isometrics?
for instance, let me show with Martin right here before I go over there.
Yeah.
Martin, if you stand up.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do they call them? Get a grip. Did you know? You're a little taller than me.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, my gosh,
Never
I don't
ask
have
him to
shoes
stand
on.
up.
The truth of the matter is, folks, people that have a better grip, they proved it in Swedish surveys of thousands of people, people that have a better grip live a healthier life. Why? Because there's your circulation right there, your forearms. And your calves, as people get older, if your calves aren't good, they're your bottom hearts, you're going to have, if you have skinny bodies and fat calves and fat feet, you're going to have more problems with your health. So if you face me like this, Martin, overhand grip this towel. Open your hands a little wider. And put your elbows close to your body. Like this. You're like this. Like this, like this.
Like I'm riding a motorbike.
That's it. Keep them up like this. Now, I'm going to try to pull down. You're going to... Now, I was going to say look at me, but look over me. Okay? So now hold it there. And now 10 is the toughest. And 2 is nothing. So I want your wrist to go up and down now. Just move your wrist like you're doing. No, your wrist. Just... Your wrist.
Like I'm
elbows
revving.
close to your body.
Like I'm revving.
Yeah, you're revving, but hold it up higher. Hold it up higher. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Look at me. You know where your wrists are. Come on. Now, you tell me, when are you 6 out of 10? You're 60%.
I'll keep going for quite a while.
Keep going, then.
Still going.
Well, this is
Yeah, I
fascinating.
picked the wrong guy.
I'm still good.
Elbows close to your body. But you can feel them getting hotter.
Oh, definitely,
Yeah, go underhand grip. Yeah? Now, curl up and down. Just your wrist. Get your body straight. Straight. Just your wrist. Get your body straight. You're leaning toward me. Just your wrist. Just your wrist. You're sweating a little bit on your upper lip.
I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when I let go of this
Feels
towel,
good.
go faster. Go stronger. Come on, think about somebody's life.
My old son.
Now, let it go.
That's hurting. Isn't that hurting?
No, it's good.
Isn't that burning?
Do you feel like a little calmer?
I feel great.
Yeah, so...
I feel really good.
What do they say, get a grip?
Yeah.
I have clients where I go to in the morning, and they've got a lot of ideas in their head of business, drama, theaters, and all of a sudden, I get them in with a towel, and they get a grip, and they go, oh, I feel calmer now.
I feel really good.
So the point of it is, getting a grip is keeping your forearms in circulation. All that circulation goes up in your upper body. The more you do this, the more these are a problem.
I can't move my arms, actually.
Yeah. So the long story short, feel that, Martin. Do you feel anything there? Is that sore in there?
No, that's all right.
It's okay.
Yeah.
How about that? That's fine?
Yeah.
See, he's a perfect specimen.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a very different story on me because I've noticed as you get older, you lose your grip.
Nice job, buddy.
Thank you, cheers.
You literally lose your grip.
You don't have to get so dressed up for the next workout, though, you know.
Trying to open jars and things, I have to ask other people to do it. Why do you, when you get older, you lose that grip?
When you lose your grip, and when you lose your grip, life gets more difficult. That's the point. When your bottom, if you look at people, I've worked with people that have been young a long time, say, for instance, and they're sedentary, they're thin, but their calves are fat, and their feet are fat. That's less circulation. Those are your bottom hearts. And when that happens...
That is all. Do you know, we've run out of time right now, so you're going to have to come in again. Do you mind? Will you do it quite soon? Come in and
invite me back in an hour. I'll be here.
Do us planks and stuff, all those other things that we were going to do. But that we've learned, I'm not sure what we've learned.
I feel good.
We've learned to look after our wrists and arms.
Get a grip.
Yeah, superb.
And we've been challenged, haven't you?
Now, write in, guys, ask your questions and say, we want Josh back on to explain a lot more.
Oh, Josh will come back on, don't you worry. But we've got to move on because we're going to take a look through Saturday's newspapers. That's after this.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening. from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the live desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point. But
And action.
Sergeant would be great. My superstar panel, they're already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views, and often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed. So I guess they've always been quite woke. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel. 7:45. Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Anne and Martin this morning.
Yeah, let's take a look now what's in today's newspapers. We've got Kevin, Schofield and Candice Holdsworth. Sorry, a bit slow there. Let's go straight to you, Kev. A story that I was really keen to pick up last time. This is a poll boost for Keir Starmer. This is the backlash to the Tories saying they're going to drop some of their net zero policies.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in this position before where a newspaper commissions a poll.
Yeah.
And you're in the lap of the gods, really, because you've no idea what's going to come back. And what's come back is pretty much where we've been for quite some time. You know, it's got Labour on 44%, Tories on 27%. That gap, roughly 15-20%, has been in place for a long, long time. So what they're trying to do is, oh no, we're going to try and make this new. And quite cleverly, they're linking it to, this week, Rishi Sunak is, in the wake of the Uxbridge by-election, has started to undoubtedly roll back a little bit on net zero, green. They think it's a vote loser. And what the Eye are saying is, well, actually, Labour have extended their lead. The lead has gone from 14 points to 17 points. Same week that Sunak's thrown back. Ergo, it shows that the public don't agree with them doing that. I'm not sure you can actually make that link, but...
No. I mean, they're preaching to their own converted.
There is that. Although, if you look at other polling that I've seen, the public is pretty much on board with the net zero stuff and green policies, according to the opinion polls. So there may well be something in this that actually, where the Tories think they're on to a bit of a winner by rowing back on the green stuff, actually they're going against the tide of public opinion.
I wonder how much of that is true, though, Kev. Bring you in here, Candice, because we saw when voters were actually given the chance to vote on this in Uxbridge with the ULEZ, it was a binary referendum on it. The Tories avoided what should have been a heavy defeat. So are polls the way to go? Or, when people are given the chance, because it's not just about the concept of saving the planet, it's £12.50 a day every day, it's £10,000 for a new boiler, it's you can't go on holiday. When it drags into the personal cost and it's tangible, it's not so popular, is it?
See, that's the key point, and I think this is what... So Tony Blair came out yesterday making that exact same point, saying that you can't ask ordinary people to bear the brunt of it.
Yeah.
Rather, what you have to do is we'll focus on technological innovation that will, say, for developing countries, will help them decarbonise. So they're sort of shifting their focus from levies, green levies, people sort of paying extra for these things, to innovation. But what is interesting about a lot of this stuff is, yes, people will be opposed to LTNs and ULEZ and things like that, but they like clean water. So you'll have a lot of consensus on that. So it's sort of finding those points, right? So that's what the political parties have to do.
It's deeply cynical, that, though, isn't it? You know, analysing what people want to hear and then telling them what they want to hear.
Yeah, it's government by focus group, isn't it? You're being led by the public rather than leading them. And I'm speaking to quite a few politicians this week on the back of the Uxbridge result to see what they take from it. And they're saying, well, actually, if you're going to impose these green policies, you've got to take the public with you. And, you know, but it's, do you listen to the public or are you just completely blowing in the wind? Because some people actually, you know, oftentimes the public want their politicians to take a lead.
To lead.
Yeah,
exactly.
But there's ways of taking a lead. At the moment, it feels like it's all stick and no carrot.
Well, you don't want it to be ideological as well. So people who are sort of fixated on a certain future that they see with green policies, but they're not bringing people with them. They're not orienting themselves to what voters actually want. And, you know, things have shifted. The cost of living is high right now. You can't pile too much pressure.
Can we move on to, because this is something I know that everybody at home is going to have a view on roasting a chicken, on basically, it's in the Times, isn't it, Kevin? The idea that the instructions we get on how to cook certain foods.
Yeah, so there's a heated debate, fun over here, between... Now, if you're right, whenever you buy a chicken, and the cooking instructions are always over an hour, they sort of err on the side of caution. But what...
20 minutes per kilo, plus an extra 20, aren't they?
20 minutes, that's right. But what some chefs are saying is that you're basically burning it to a crisp, you're drying it out. Now, you're not going to get food poisoning from it because it's cooked thoroughly, but it's not going to be as moist and as tasty as it should be. So some chefs are saying what you need to do is actually cook it at a higher temperature, but for much shorter periods of time. For instance, 35 minutes, but I'm not sure whether...
No, 35 minutes doesn't sound enough.
Yeah, but the best chicken I ever had was you cook it very hot for a short period of time, like 35 minutes, then leave the door closed,
and let it
and let it cool down for like an hour. Then it's beautiful.
See, for me, it's 200... About an hour and a half for a full roast chicken, a little bit of olive oil, juicy and delicious.
You cover it or not?
No.
You don't?
See, it's so contentious,
well,
this issue.
A lot has to do with how your mum did it as well.
Exactly.
You know, growing up, was my mum did all the cooking, and that was, you know, she cooked it for quite a while, but she had tin foil on it initially. And if the last sort of half hour you take the tin foil off, it crisps up the skin.
That's so true, because my husband's mum, like, really cooks things. She's so afraid of food poisoning and bacteria, whereas I like, especially with, like, red meats, I like it a little bit raw.
It's different with red meat, isn't it? I mean, a lot of people eat their red meat almost still mooing. But chicken, we're all frightened of the salmonella and any other bugs that might be within it. So we've learned to be very wary of how we cook chicken.
We're going a bit too far, because there's nothing more...
See, these chefs are very experienced and they know from the look of it whether it's safe, really, don't they?
Exactly.
But the rest of us are, I don't know, not willing to take a risk.
So it's got Heston Blumenthal, for instance, obviously well-known chef, says that chicken should be roasted in an oven set at 70 degrees, but for several hours. Raymond Blanc says no more than 40 to 45 minutes. So, you know, you take...
Everyone's got a different idea, basically.
Yeah, we're all scared of
There's more than one way to roast a chicken.
Well, there clearly is. I don't know whether I trust the Times to tell us. Candice, the woman who is now going to make Emma Dess Cool.
So I love this. So they've brought in, so M&S, this is a story in the Times Magazine. They've brought in someone called Maddie Evans, who used to be at Topshop, which is obviously seen as quite cool, contemporary, trendy. And she has basically turned around M&S's fortunes. So they weren't doing too well.
No, they'd gone very dull.
Yes, yeah, they were seen as really frumpy. And so she's brought in a whole new design philosophy. She's brought in whole new ranges. So you've got like the boyfriend jeans and the mum jeans. And she's sort of pivoting away from just cardigans without totally alienating their customer base. And sales have gone up by about 42%.
Have they indeed?
It's huge, yeah.
Because they had slumped badly for quite a few years.
Badly. And, yeah, people just weren't turning to them, and they weren't gaining new customers as well. They sort of had their loyal customers, but they weren't bringing new people on. And I have noticed a shift with M&S, actually. They've got some really nice stuff.
And they've also got really good bloke stuff. So I've got an M&S shirt on now. I normally buy sort of, quite expensive, pricey shirts, but the M&S shirts are excellent. Their autograph range is really good. They've got some nice pastel colours for
their
bloke.
history has always been like that, hasn't it?
Good for
they
blokes
do
as
well, and then they get it wrong for a while, and then they get it right. And that's the history of M&S. Look, we haven't got much more time, so should we talk about oysters?
Oh, yes.
A food theme today.
So I absolutely love this piece. So this was in the Telegraph magazine, and the writer Ed Cumming was sort of saying, do we really like oysters, or is it because it's trendy?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things, right? Like, you don't want to seem unsophisticated, so you're in a restaurant and you eat your oyster and it just tastes like mermaid snot, as my one friend says.
Absolutely, totally. That's why I can't go near it, because that's what it looks like too.
But you've got to say, I love oysters.
No.
Yes,
I love oysters.
Sauce.
Yeah,
Nice.
I like
It's probably
vinegar.
the Tabasco sauce you like,
that's
rather
it,
than the oyster.
Yeah. It's not a nice texture.
No, it's...
So
So why do you have
And
them?
you're not supposed to chew it either, are you?
No, you're meant to
You don't
swallow
want
the
to
whole
chew it,
thing.
you just-
I do it. I like oysters swallowed whole. I like to chew them raw. I like to cook them. I'll pick them out. I'll pick them out of the sea and have them. I'll eat raw mussels out of rock pools. I just love raw food.
I had a bad oyster, though, a few years ago, and since then I've been put off them. I can't have them again. Maybe one day I'll be able to venture.
Now, all I can say is look at them. Just look at them and think, why would I want to eat it? And why would I want to pay so much to eat it? It's the snob value that counts with an oyster. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got lots more to talk about, of course. We are going to have to look at those train strikes again and the weather. This is Breakfast on GB News.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your latest GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Like it has seen for every weekend so far in July, low pressure has returned once again. It's pushing its way into northwestern areas of the UK. Those isobars squeezing together, so quite blustery winds throughout much of the weekend. It's also bringing showers for many of us. With those blustery winds, though, the showers will be pushing through at quite a pace, so there'll still be some sunny intervals in between, but showers most frequent for Northern Ireland, parts of western Scotland today, where they could turn heavy, maybe with some hail and thunder in the mixture as well. In those sunnier spells that you do get in between, though, temperatures ranging between around 19, 24 degrees Celsius, but feeling quite cool where you are caught out in that breeze. Into this evening, most of the showers across the bulk of England and Wales will ease their way out, and it should turn largely dry with some late sunny spells, but they'll be continuing throughout the evening and overnight for Northern Ireland, parts of western down into southern Scotland. Again, could be heavy in places. With the breeze that's around, that's continuing to mix up the air, so it won't be a chilly night by any means. Temperatures getting down to around 12, 13 degrees Celsius or so, but a bit fresher compared to some previous nights. Showers first thing on Sunday straight away for parts of Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, down into northern England. Again, a scattering beginning to bubble up for the southeast England as well. Further towards the west, though, we're starting to draw our attention to this rain that's going to be pushing into the southwest. So a bit of damp weather later on in the day, but temperatures, again, around 19 to 22 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com? You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, no, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 29th of July. This morning, another day, another rail strike. Members of the RMT union in 14 train operating companies are walking out once again today. When will this wave of strikes be over?
And ITV chef James Martin is the latest celebrity to be accused of workplace bullying. And it could be much more commonplace than many think. Have you experienced that in your workplace? If so, please get in touch.
And with wildfires raging in Europe, staycations are back on the cards as some holiday operators say they're witnessing a significant increase in sales of domestic getaways. We'd like to know what's your top destination if you were recommending it to a family for a great British holiday.
And of course, the most important point of the day, what's happening weather-wise this weekend.
Once again, low pressure has returned for the weekend. Join me later for the full details of what that means for you.
Well, whatever the weather, I hope you have a great weekend. But keep watching for the moment. I'm Anne Diamond.
And I'm Martin Daubney, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
So unbelievably, yet another day of train strikes, and it's very difficult at the moment because the kids have already broken up and they want to go somewhere and do something interesting. And it's going to be very, very difficult to get around today.
Certainly is. Certainly is.
Yeah, well, you'll want to know what's working and what isn't. So earlier we spoke to our travel guru, Simon Calder. He's the man that knows, and he'll explain how your journey could be affected today.
Literally, things are running
pretty normally in lovely Northern Ireland, beautiful Scotland and wonderful Wales, because those railway companies are not affected by the national strike. However, thousands upon thousands of trains are being cancelled today because of yet another strike by members of the RMT union in an extraordinarily long and bitter dispute over pay and working conditions. And that means that if you are making an intercity journey, a journey to or from the seaside, well, you absolutely need to check in advance. Interestingly, there are more trains, I calculate, running today on a national strike day than there have been before. But even so, exactly as you say, things will be wrapping up at about 7 p.m. And the message very much from the train operators is do not start a journey unless you're absolutely sure that you can finish it. And to be fair, I've travelled a lot ever since the first strike day, well, since the 1980s, which was 21st of June last year. Most strike days I've travelled by train, and the services which are advertised tend to run pretty efficiently.
Simon, this has been going on for so long now. I mean, Mick, the Grinch Lynch, tried to steal Christmas. Now it seems he's trying to steal the summer. This has been going on forever. It's got to be the longest strike since I was a kid in the 1970s. What are they after, and what do you think it's going to take to reach some kind of breakthrough?
Well, you've summed it up beautifully there, Martin. Yeah, I thought it was all going to be over by Christmas, but last Christmas, I'd be glad if it's over by this coming Christmas. There is a fundamental gap between what the unions want and expect, and we're not just talking here about the RMT. We've got the usual ASLEF overtime bans, a whole series of them, which are basically running Monday to Saturday, very regularly through the Saturday and through the summer. And unfortunately, next Saturday's Pride event in Brighton, one of the biggest Pride events in the country, there will be no trains to Brighton because they didn't think that they could run enough with the overtime ban going on. But let's have a look at what's happening with the RMT, and actually it's the train drivers union as well. The same thing, which is they in many cases haven't had a rise for 4 years. They say we want a decent increase in pay, and please give us that, because obviously we worked all the way through COVID. We're expecting inflation to continue to be high, so we want that decent pay rise. The train operators, who actually are basically just doing the government's bidding, say, well, you can't. Haven't you seen what a disaster finances are in the rail industry since COVID? Basically, the bedrock of season ticket sales, people paying thousands of pounds every year to commute in from places like Winchester and Woking. Well, that's all gone, and not all gone, but large parts of it has, as people tend to work more flexibly. Therefore, we're really short of money, and the only way you can get even a modest increase is if you agree to changes in working conditions. And the unions, who are used to, and good luck to them, every time there's a so-called modernisation or an efficiency, they would extract an extra few percent for that. They say, no, give us a decent pay rise and then we can talk about modernisation.
Well, that was the legend Simon Calder. Not even a freight train could stop that guy today in the south of France for that fantastic update. OK, let's joined now by Olivia Utley. Let's talk about the politics of this. Spoke to Simon there. When can we expect a breakthrough? We saw the independent pay body putting forward what was accepted by the government in teaching, policing, doctors, the fire service. The rail service, however, stand alone. When can we expect a breakthrough? People are getting so bored of this now.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't really sound like there's going to be a breakthrough anytime soon. These strikes have now been going on for a year. The RMT was offered a 5% pay rise for its members in February, and it refused even to put that offer to its members. There is now, quite interestingly, and perhaps this is a glimmer of hope for the government, there's now a row brewing between the RMT, the biggest rail union, and the TSSA, which is a smaller rail union. And the boss of the TSSA, Mike Pendle, is saying that that actually the RMT is going too far with its walkouts, because the problem is that TSSA members are affected when RMT members walk out. They haven't got the deal which they accepted back in February. They said, fine, we're up for a 5% pay increase. But because the RMT were holding out, TSSA members failed to get that. So perhaps the government will sort of succeed in driving a wedge between those two different unions. But at the moment, of course, the RMT is so much bigger and Mick Lynch holds such a lot of sway politically that it doesn't really feel that there's going to be much movement anytime soon. And, of course, to make matters worse, Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary, hasn't actually met RMT union leaders since last November, I think it was.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there have been... The background to this is obviously there were so many months of strikes beforehand. He was meeting them regularly, but there just seemed to be so little common ground. It does feel a little bit as though he's given up. You can sort of see where he's coming from, but as you say, it does seem a bit ridiculous given the situation
Martin
we're
upset
in.
Steve Headley earlier, the former RMT vice president, I think he was, wasn't he? By saying, you know, it's like you want to take us back to the 70s. And you can't help thinking, hasn't the union actually learned anything? Because this protracted strike now, it's going on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and history should teach them that gets them nowhere.
Well, absolutely, and I think there is even perhaps more now than the 70s. There is an argument that this is just turkeys voting for Christmas, because obviously during the COVID era, the use of the railways went down anyway. People found ways around using trains, people were driving more, people were working from home more, people were only using transport for leisure. And so obviously there is a huge gap in the railways' finances, and it does feel as though unless some breakthrough is reached quite soon, then we might see whole swathes of the railways having to close or offer far fewer services, which people will find that they don't need so much.
So I'll put the point to you that I put to Steve Headley, and he kind of lost it. But how much of this now is not really about pay? It's about pure politics. It's a power play. It's about inflicting the maximum damage on the Conservative government and to hell with the public.
Well, Mick Lynch is certainly a very, very politicised figure. And in fact, the conversation has moved away a little bit from pay and towards conversations about working conditions, etc. So the real sticking point at the moment is this issue about closing the ticket offices.
Yeah.
Now, the government and train operators both say, look, most people aren't using ticket offices anymore. There are so many digital ways to buy your tickets. We've just got to move with the times and push ahead with this. But Mick Lynch is saying that this is just a thinly veiled excuse for more redundancies. So it does feel a little bit like that in particular is a very, very just political issue. It's not really so much about the pay. It's more about whether the train network can be moved into the 21st century or whether the unions are going to hold out.
I think that's a really interesting question.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody at home's got a view on that. Even though ticket offices aren't used as much as they used to be, isn't it still worthwhile to try and have a human being behind a counter at your local station?
Well, exactly. So you can very much see where the union is coming from. I've spoken to lots of people who are, into their 70s, 80s, and so they just can't really travel anymore because they don't know how to use Trainline or any of the other apps, and they just struggle with the digital train.
It's like you're being forced into the modern age, the digital age, rather than letting it go slowly. And does it really cost that much to put one person in a ticket office in a station? I don't know.
No, I think most of the public agree with that, especially if it impacts the elderly, the infirm, the disabled the most. I think a lot of people totally agree with that. What they don't agree with is the inability to get to work, the inability to go on holidays, hitting us on Saturdays, cynically targeting sporting events, Eurovision Song Contest.
But if a minister won't sit down and talk with them, even if those talks are frustrating and get you nowhere, at least then you can say, I'm still trying to talk to them. But to not actually sit down to talk to them does seem very stubborn.
Well, I've got a funny feeling we'll be sat here at Christmas having the same conversation. Call me a cynic. What do you reckon?
I think that is really quite likely. I can't see...
Isn't that terrible?
Mick Lynch and Mark Harper don't seem to be a meeting of minds.
Oh, that's a very good way of putting it. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Olivia. It's lovely to talk to you.
Super.
We've got lots of GB views coming in about bullying. Can I read a couple, because these just make steam come out of your ears? Daphne in Portsmouth says, the trouble with workplace bullying, particularly when it's from the boss, is that it's often very subtle. It happens frequently and is done to make you feel really uncomfortable.
Yeah, and Jill in Chelmsford says this: I was bullied before I retired, and I was not the only one. The other people chose not to take a case forward, but I did. I had a lot of evidence, but the employer won, and that's had a detrimental effect on my health for months. So the fight, sometimes the fight in itself, and is the punishment.
Aussie Beth says, it's been my unfortunate experience... Hi there, Aussie Beth, by the way, faithful viewer. It's been my unfortunate experience that bullies do well because employers find ways of promoting them up and out of their positions to get rid of the problem. The problem being toxic relationships in the workplace rather than the behaviour of the individual.
Yeah, and Brian in Lincoln echoes a point you made earlier, Anne. I agree with Anne about human resources departments. Most of the bosses are buddies with HR managers, so any conversation you have with HR is not confidential anyway.
Yeah, and Angie, on the final word on that one, says, I was bullied at work so badly that I ended up having a stroke. The person bullying me was the HR manager.
Well, there we go. Shame to hear that. Hope you're...
I know there are good HR managers. Yeah. Just haven't come across one. There you go. Now, GB News has learned that plans to house 2,000 asylum seekers at the former Dambusters airbase in Lincolnshire have now been delayed by at least a couple of months.
Yeah, and it follows the news that the Home Office is working on contingency plans to set up dozens of marquees to deal with a suspected surge in small boat crossings in the weeks ahead.
So, I mean, what are we meant to make of this? Is Britain so full that people now have to sleep in tents? Or do you think that's probably the right way to go? Does this fulfil our duty of care to asylum seekers? Let's speak to immigration lawyer Skylar McKeith. Good morning, Skylar. A lot of people will think, why not put them in tents? But it is very odd that seems to be... Well, yesterday, the day before, it seemed to be the only idea that had any legs, and now it's being put off. What do you make of it? Where have we come to on this?
So, under the Immigration Act, the Home Secretary has a statutory obligation to provide destitute asylum seekers with accommodation. And that asylum support is provided by the Home Office while the asylum claim is being considered. So this is the period while the individuals are having interviews with the Home Office or waiting for a decision on the asylum claim. But at the same time, the UK, they can't be expected to provide resources they might not necessarily have. And these individuals, they don't have to claim asylum here. They can claim asylum in another country that they pass through, another safe country. And so if the UK doesn't have the money, they don't have the money. And we are dealing with an economic crisis at the moment, and Rishi himself did say that many illegal migrants start their journeys in safe countries. So they travel through safe countries many times to get here. And so he did say as well that it's unfair on those who come here legally and unfair on those who actually have genuine asylum claims.
And Skylar, on the front page of the Express this morning, I don't know if you can see that, but there's a row over the garrison at Catterick. This is in Rishi Sunak's constituency, and the army chiefs there are actually saying no to asylum seekers on army base barracks. And they're saying the reason for that is that these people represent a danger and a threat to the army and to the local communities. So now the army are stepping in and saying, not in our backyard.
Yeah, I mean, there is pushback. There is a pushback by various councils where they are trying to implement this. So, I mean, we will see ultimately what happens, but the Prime Minister, he identified ending the use of hotels as one of the 5 steps of his government was going to take to address the illegal migration. He said it's unfair and appalling that we're spending the kind of money that we are, so minimum 5.5 million a day on hotels to house asylum seekers. So the government is looking for alternative options. He confirmed that asylum dispersal arrangements would be reformed. And he has now announced what the reforms are going to be. And there is pushback on what those are.
I mean, much of the heat would be taken out of this dreadful situation if we had any confidence that the people who are coming in, whether they have to live in tents for a while or not, are being processed more quickly. Is there any evidence that we are doing that? We're actually getting through that process more quickly?
No, so the time frame, it takes a long time to process these asylum claims, and the asylum seekers, they cannot work for the first 12 months of their claims. So they're being housed in these hotels or soon to be other locations, and they're not able to work. They're being handed money to live on, and this is. It's causing an issue. I mean, it's...
Skylar, can I just interrupt you there? Why is it taking so long to process these people?
So there are not enough caseworkers to process these claims in a timely manner, and that's the main issue here.
What sort of things have to be looked into? I mean, you've got somebody standing in front of you who may well have come over the channel on a small boat, doesn't have any paperwork, and only has their own story, whether you believe it or not. What then happens?
So the Home Office has a duty to look into the claim. The issue is that they have been overwhelmed with the asylum claims. There have been an influx of people coming in to the point where there is now a major backlog of these applications, and large amounts of the taxpayer money is being spent on housing them. As I mentioned, they're not allowed to work for the first 12 months, so it's clearly not sustainable, and there is a need to change this. And there is the implementation of the illegal migration bill that recently received royal assent, and that bill imposes a duty on the Home Secretary to make arrangements for the removal of a person from the UK if they entered the UK in breach of immigration laws. So if they've travelled through a safe third country en route to the UK, and if they require leave to enter or remain but don't have it. So people that fall within this scheme will be removed either to their home country where it's deemed safe, or a safe third country where their claim for asylum will be processed. And the court recently ruled that the Rwanda deportation plan is unlawful. So we'll see what happens with that ultimately.
OK, Skylar, how much of this thing is about optics? I mean, of course, Scampton was the home of the legendary Dam Busters. Many people feel it's a completely inappropriate place to even consider sending asylum seekers. It's almost sacred ground. And yesterday, GB News covered the touching story of a 98-year-old D-Day veteran in Dorset who's been evicted from his house and can't even get a council house for up to 12 months.
And he was a D-Day veteran.
He was a D-Day veteran who landed on the beaches at Normandy, 98 years of age. He's now been told he can't even leave the country to go on holiday because that will forfeit the time he has to spend waiting for a house. And yet we can find £6 million a day for illegal immigrants coming over on small boats to be housed at the taxpayers' expense. This is an outrage to many people now, because it's simply a question of priorities. And also in Dorset, where that man was evicted, you can see on your screen the Bibby Stockholm barge, which will house thousands of these people at full taxpayers' expense. The British public have every right to feel frustrated about the government's priorities on this, don't they?
Absolutely, this doesn't work. It really doesn't work, and that's why it's not fair on people who are genuinely making asylum claims. There are far too many people making claims that are not necessarily genuine, and this doesn't work. It really doesn't work.
Just very quickly, Skylar, what it seems to be going on at the moment is that these people are arriving, and surely the onus should be on them to be able to prove to us that they are genuine refugees or asylum seekers, or for whatever reason. The onus should be on them. Instead, it seems the onus is on us to prove their case for them, and that's what's taking so long.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be, the onus is supposed to be on the individual coming in. So that, yeah, I mean, that is how it's supposed to be. It is up to them to prove their case.
And Skylar, there was a Daily Mail expose this week which showed some solicitors specifically coaching asylum seekers in what to say, what story they should do. How does that make you feel as a member of this community when you see such malpractice happening in Britain?
Yeah, I mean, I can't comment too much on those people. It's certainly not what solicitors should be doing. We are regulated by the Solicitors Regulation Authority, and it's completely against all of our principles to be conducting oneself like that. So, yeah, I completely disagree with that, absolutely.
It does get people riled up, doesn't it? Including us, actually, because there just seems to be no answer to it, except that we just throw more money at it.
Yep.
Anyway, Skylar, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. Thank you to everybody as well who's joining in with lots and lots of views on, particularly on workplace bullying, which seems to be... but I tell you what else is getting you, is the price of fish and chips.
Yes.
Valencia in Spain says, I can remember when I was in my teens in the 60s, we struggled to afford fish and chips. So I had a fish fritter. That was 2 large slices of potato with the scraps of fish, cut off the main fish, sandwiched in the middle, dipped in batter and deep fried. They were really nice and affordable. Plus they used the pieces of fish that would have been of no use in any other way, so no waste. Do you know, that sounds really nice. Maybe not terribly healthy, but lovely.
It sounds fantastic.
A fish fritter.
What a great way to use it. And I love batter bits. Do you like batter bits? The scraps, they call them.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I love them with mushy peas and loads of vinegar. Anyway, moving on, I'm getting really hungry now. Stephen says this, Scarborough every time for us. Just introduced the grandkids to the place this weekend. Great beaches, lots to do. A castle and fish and chips twice with peas, only 16 quid.
As opposed to Broome in Australia. Mind you, the fish in Australia is gorgeous. Tony says, I was in Broome in Australia in 2015 and fish and chips then was £35, but very delicious.
2015?
Yeah.
That's about 50 quid now, then.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, I only know Sydney particularly well in Australia. Fish and chips there was wonderful.
Well, that was probably...
I mean, it was just sort of straight out of the bay.
That's probably a gift that the Poms gave to them, so they should be grateful for us.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. And Ian says, we just come back from Stonehaven in Aberdeenshire. Beautiful place, and we came back sunburned. That's a British holiday.
Yeah, Andy in Dorset, slightly more cynical. The tourist spots in the UK are too expensive, and these days it's cheaper to go abroad. I can't afford to drink in my local pubs because it's a tourist spot and very expensive. Bar humbug from Andy.
And Philippine Cleckheaton says, what is your obsession with cod? The best fish for fish and chips is haddock. Most fish and chip shops in Yorkshire serve haddock, and it must be cooked in beef dripping.
Ooh.
I bet it's tasty.
I'm starting to salivate here.
How expensive are your local fish and chips? Do get in touch and tell us. Right, keep watching, because there's plenty more to come, including all the sports news with Aidan. He'll be in a moment. First of all, though, the weather.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your latest GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Like it has seen for every weekend so far in July, low pressure has returned once again. It's pushing its way into northwestern areas of the UK. Those isobars squeezing together, so quite blustery winds throughout much of the weekend. It's also bringing showers for many of us. With those blustery winds, though, the showers will be pushing through at quite a pace, so there'll still be some sunny intervals in between, but showers most frequent for Northern Ireland, parts of western Scotland today, where they could turn heavy, maybe with some hail and thunder in the mixture as well. In those sunnier spells that you do get in between, though, temperatures ranging between around 19, 24 degrees Celsius, but feeling quite cool where you are caught out in that breeze. Into this evening, most of the showers across the bulk of England and Wales will ease their way out, and it should turn largely dry with some late sunny spells. But they'll be continuing throughout the evening and overnight for Northern Ireland, parts of western down into southern Scotland. Again, could be heavy in places. With the breeze that's around, that's continuing to mix up the air, so it won't be a chilly night by any means. Temperatures getting down to around 12, 13 degrees Celsius or so, but a bit fresher compared to some previous nights. Showers first thing on Sunday straight away for parts of Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, down into northern England. Again, a scattering beginning to bubble up for the southeast England as well. Further towards the west, though, we're starting to draw our attention to this rain that's going to be pushing into the southwest. So a bit of damp weather later on in the day, but temperatures, again, around 19 to 22 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point. But bomb.
And action.
Sergeant, the Read, my superstar panel, they're already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The Jubes and Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views, and often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed. So I guess they've always been quite woke. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often there will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel. Hi there, welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast this morning with Anne and Martin, and it's very nearly 8:30. It's 8:29-ish. Thank you very much for getting in touch. We'll read these out in a moment, but we're talking about eating alone.
Yeah.
Whether you've got the courage to go, and it does take a bit of courage to go to a restaurant if you're on your own and dine alone. You hated the idea.
Yeah, I
probably
just
still
think
do.
It makes me out to be a complete sort of loser and nobody wants me and I get a bit morose about it. It's just not for me.
Yeah, lots of people say it is lonely, but they do it. As Richard in West Chiltington says, as aircrew, I have dined all over the world on my own. I've never had a problem ever striking up a conversation with another person on another table.
Yeah, and there's a lovely story here from Joanne in Darlington. Thanks for sending this in. It's lovely. I was widowed 11 years ago, and at first the idea was scary, eating alone. I miss the half of me that has gone. Now I've got used to eating alone, cinema alone, and even holiday alone. I really do enjoy it now. Joanne, that's a wonderful story. Thanks for sending it in.
And a lot of people are saying, why don't restaurants have a table that could be shared by anyone?
Yeah.
So that if you want to dine alone, you can be alone if you want, or you could choose to sit on a bigger table where there might be other people.
Yeah,
and then you can just strike up an easy conversation.
That's what Mike in East Sussex precisely says that. Why don't restaurants introduce sharing tables so people can choose to sit with others and enjoy meeting and talking? See, to me, that's a nightmare. I really not like the idea of, here you go, poof, here's a random stranger, chat to him.
No, that's why it has to be your choice when you walk in. You can either have a little table on your own, or you could go to a bigger table.
I'd be legging it at that point.
Aidan McGee's joined us. He'll have a view.
Yeah, I do.
Do you dine alone?
2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah.
I do.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, but it's fun. Yes, I've been used to it for a while. But
because in your job you get sent places.
Yeah, I do, and yeah, absolutely. I mean, the person who messaging a minute ago, dining all over the world. I remember being in a restaurant in South Africa on my own. R. Kelly walked in with his entourage. That was a bit of a strange experience. Yeah. But it's funny, I wouldn't go on holiday on my own, though. I know people who do.
Yes.
And they love it. But I just can't. I might do it at some stage, but I like talking. I like people around me. That's probably a bit different.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But for dinner and things like that, I'll often bring my laptop. Do a bit of work as well.
Well,
pay some bills.
See, to me, that it's the invention of the laptop or the mobile phone has made it much easier to dine alone. Because you set up your I mean, I've often taken my laptop and watched something, or you set up your mobile phone and you've got that as a prop then.
Yeah, I guess
it's
no
a sort of
different.
safety prop.
It's no different to sitting on the train on your own, is it? I mean, and you probably might have a sandwich and your laptop and everything.
It's true.
Well, no, because training is a necessity. I'm going somewhere. I'm not a loser. Yeah, you're right. But look, it's just not for me. Maybe I'm behind the wheel. But look,
Brenda said. No, let me just say what Brenda said. She said the first time I dined alone, I think I was probably the only one who appreciated the wonderful tiling on the floor. I was just too afraid to look up. Oh, Brenda, yeah.
Fair enough.
But she says she takes a book with her now. That's another prop. Good.
But, hey,
anyway,
you're here to talk about sport.
We should be talking sport.
Yeah, you smell wonderful as ever. You're the finest, most fragrant person on television.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the cricket. There's no denying we were robbed by the weather at Old Trafford, and now it looks like it's turned into a bit of a back to the sort of 1980s Geoffrey Borcott pedestrian boring play from the boring Aussies.
Yeah, that's unlike Australia actually. I mean, Michael Vaughan, the former England Test captain who led England to the Ashes victory in 2005 after 18 years, he said that he'd never seen an Australia side play with such fear. And this is a side that could win this test. They could win the series. Well, it could be a draw, but they're going to retain the urn, obviously. But they could actually win the series outright by 3-1, and yet they're playing very sort of slow-rate cricket. It's very defensive. It's very kind of... Maybe they're just doing what they do. They want to get out of here now, probably. They've been here for several weeks. They've taken a bit of bashing over certain tests. They've been criticised as well for some of their sportsmanship. Maybe they want to get home, and the way of doing it is just by literally grinding it out. But Steve Smith hit 71 yesterday. The controversy yesterday involving him, because we saw that thing with England the other week, didn't we, where...
The wicket.
That's right, with Bairstow. The same in reverse happened yesterday. There was a little bit of tampering with the stumps. Steve Smith walks away. He wasn't given not out. Or he's given not out, sorry. Oh, no, hang on, he was given out. He was on 71. A little bit controversial, but not as much of a fuss made of it because it was England.
And maybe there's a bit of karma there, to be fair, Aidan. I mean,
possibly.
The Aussies don't like it up, but they've done it too.
No, of course they've done it too, but it's also not as decisive now as well, because we know that Australia are keeping the urn. It's still interesting. I still think England want to avoid defeat because that hasn't happened since 2001 at home. So you want to keep that record going, but it's not the same as going for winning it. And
it's at the Oval at the moment, isn't it?
It's at the Oval, yes. It's
and Mick Jagger, and we all know that he's just celebrated his 80th birthday. He was at the Oval watching yesterday in his own box at the Oval.
And he's waited a while for that.
And apparently his family have been trying to buy him a box at the Oval for years. The waiting list is so long they've had to wait, but luckily one came up in time for his 80th birthday.
Fantastic.
So he was pictured there with his son watching the cricket
He loves
in his own Oval box.
He's a massive cricket fan, isn't he?
Yeah. Just shows, isn't it? You have to wait for years and years and years, even if you're Mick Jagger.
Normally, though, it's usually Lords in the MCC where you're on a waiting list. I mean, people put their kids down on the waiting list from the age of 5 or 6.
For some reason, he's particularly fond of the Oval.
OK, Aidan, let's talk about the Lionesses. They're rampant at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't say rampant. I mean, it was a much improved performance yesterday against Denmark, a 6th-minute goal, but the injury list just keeps getting longer and longer. Kira Walsh suffered a knee injury yesterday. And England have got so many anterior cruciate ligament injuries, ACLs, that people begin to wonder, is it the physiology of a woman that predisposes the female players to more knee injuries than we're seeing in the men's game?
Why is that?
Well, there's all sorts of different reasons for it. It's usually about the physiology, it's the shape of the body, it could be the way somebody runs, but you cannot ignore the fact that a woman is 6 times more likely to suffer an ACL, an anterior cruciate ligament injury, than in the men's game. And there is some investigation going on about it in the long term. But at the moment, I mean, when you consider Leah Williamson is out, Beth Mead is out, Frank Kirby is out, Ellen White obviously retired, but not because of a knee injury. But that's another knee injury yesterday. And they're key players who were involved only a year ago, when England won the Euros. So if they're going to go and win this World Cup down in Australia, different time zone, there was an 8-week gap between the end of the season, the WSL, to the start of the World Cup, which I think is too long anyway, because you lose a little bit of sharpness. England are going to have to do it the hard way. Now they're through, having beaten Denmark, and they play against China on Tuesday. I wouldn't say it's a dead rubber, because you don't want to lose a game even if you're qualified, and it does affect you play in the next round, obviously. But nonetheless, I mean, Lauren James announced herself yesterday, 6 minutes. I think she's got to be in the side going forward. But you know, listen, England are in the next round. And for now, that's what they've got to worry about, but notwithstanding the injuries, of course.
Yeah, more transfer talk. Old blockhead, Harry Maguire. What's going on with him?
Well, he's been the subject of a £20 million bid from West Ham. This is a player who cost £80 million back in 2019. He's been playing for England, pretty well for England in that time under Gareth Southgate, a stalwart, a mainstay of Southgate's England side. And he has no form whatsoever at Manchester United. He's not a first choice there. He was subject to a loan bid yesterday by by West Ham. Man United rejected that. United need to get some money in the door because they're trying to bid for Sofian Amrabat, who plays in Italy, and they can't do that unless they get some money in coming the other way. So I think Man United would be looking for around about £35 million. West Ham have lowballed it at the moment for 20, but he needs to play. If there's a Euros next summer, I don't think he can realistically expect to retain his place under Gareth Southgate.
David Moyes, of course, has a Declan Rice-shaped hole he's got to fill.
£100 million in the back pocket. And that's the problem, man. When everyone knows you've got a few quid to spend, suddenly the price goes up. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and you've got some Manchester United news. David Beckham.
Yeah, David Beckham's obviously in Miami. He's got his own team. He's got his own things going on there with Lionel Messi going there and playing well in the first couple of games. But he was interviewed in the Mirror this morning, and it's very rare that you would hear David Beckham being critical of anyone.
Yes, that's true.
Or, yeah, some would say saying anything interesting. We can't really say that now. he was an ambassador at my previous...
What is he actually saying? They should get on and sell...
Yeah, he's criticising the Glazers. I mean, there was I think it was back in 2009, or 2012, I think it was, he was pictured with a green and yellow scarf around his neck, and that was quite defiant of the Glazers, but he'd never been... critical of the Glazers since then. Don't forget, he never played.
No, I was going to say their times never overlapped. Did they?
2 years, I think it was before he left in 03. The Glazers bought the club in 05. But he's basically said, look, hurry up and sell it. It's not good for the supporters. It's been up for sale for 8 months now. The problem, I believe, Anne, is that the Glazer family, there's 6 siblings, and they're not all agreed.
They won't agree on anything.
They won't agree on anything about whether
That's the trouble when families own things.
I've been there myself, unfortunately.
I wonder how much of this is him being magnanimous and for the future of the club, or is there a sort of more cynical motive? Beckham wants to get involved in Man U on a commercial level as an ambassador. There could be a lot of wonga in United for Beckham. We know his morals went to one side in Qatar.
Yes.
So he won't have a problem with Qataris buying out Man U. Could he see himself returning back to the fold as an ambassador for the club?
20 years this summer since he left Manchester United. I'm staggered that in that 20 years, that intervening period, he's not had any involvement with Manchester United. He never went back there on loan as a player. He was never considered for a coaching role because he didn't really want to do coaching. Obviously, he's been living in different parts of the world. He's been living in London. He's been living in the States. He's lived in Italy when he was on loan at Inter. So he's not really been around in the Northwest to get involved. But I wouldn't rule it out in the future. He's such a big name. Yep. He's so respected as well. And part of the reason for that is probably because he doesn't get around saying silly things all the time. He keeps his counsel often. But today he's actually... Well, overnight he's been urging the Glazers to sell. As I say, they've had bids of £6 million each from Qatar and from the Ineos bid, and
billion. They get. Sorry,
billion. Yes,
billion.
Did I say million?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. No, that was a few years
If that's the case, let's have a whip around.
Are you popping in to see us a bit later on in the programme? Jolly good. That's Aidan there. With the back pages, we'll be looking at the rest of Saturday's newspapers in just a couple of moments. First of all, the weather.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Monday to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com? You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, no, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back at 8:43. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Anne and Martin this morning. I was asking a bit earlier where you're watching us from, what are you doing at the moment? And Tom says, Anne, just to let you know, we get free travel on buses and trains, so we get a bus from our road to the station, travel to Southport for our newspaper, have a coffee and return.
Yeah, a lot of information there. Tim says, I'm watching in Melbourne, down under, streaming live to my laptop screen in my study. But in case I need to get coffee, I have you both streaming to the TV in the family room also, so I don't miss a thing. Tim, Viewer of the Day Award.
You can watch us anywhere, anytime, you really can. And it's nice to be with you. Kevin Schofield is with us and Candice Holdsworth looking through the papers today. And let's get straight, Kevin, to the heartwarming story about Twiglet, the puppy dachshund.
Well, yeah, we like a happy ending, but poor little Twiglet, the miniature dachshund, went through a pretty traumatic 24 hours. It was relatively brief, thankfully, but quite scary, actually. So its owner's home was broken into by a hammer-wielding man, specifically to steal this poor dog. Now, fortunately, the family have CCTV, so they were able to give the footage to the police, who put it online. It went viral because the
because
dog
you actually
really
saw the man breaking into the kitchen, chasing the dog around the kitchen to try and
the dog's really fighting for its life. Yeah, absolutely. So, as I say, it went viral, and fortunately, a very kind-hearted person saw the dog for sale on Facebook, bought it for 700 quid, and gave it back to the owners.
Wow.
So within 24 hours, little Twiglet was back with its mum and dad.
I didn't realise that's how they got it.
Yeah. So it was up for sale. So, I mean, obviously there's a big business here. They specifically broke in, as we were saying, probably to order.
It's
quite a valuable species.
Just look at some data here. It's astonishing. There's been a 30% relative increase in dog theft compared to burglary since 2020, an all-time high of 1,149 thefts annually. So that's 9.4 thefts per 100,000 dog owners. This is clearly a booming business.
Yes.
Nicking dogs.
700 quid. I mean, this is one that, you know, had a happy ending, but how many are not. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
they're being sold to unsuspecting people.
Your dog
leaving
isn't
other
even
people
safe in your
harmed.
own home.
No, you have to be so discerning. Do not buy dogs from random adverts. You need to know that it's a reputable seller. I think you need licenses for it to sell dogs, and I think it should be illegal to advertise it on Facebook.
Yes.
Is that because sort of dodgy dealers, if you like, know your home address? And so they know where to come and get the dog? Is that what's happening?
I don't know. I think, yeah, maybe they're just, like, watching people. Because, I mean, there's so much going on now, you know, especially with all this low-level crime. There must be people who know where the dogs are. They're watching people walk dogs. I don't know exactly how it works. But, I mean, it would be my absolute worst nightmare if something like that happened. I mean, my dog is loved. I mean, I'd be traumatised.
Oh, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, so as I say, happy ending, but, yeah, you just think it must be lots of pet owners who it doesn't end so well.
No, and whether that person will ever get his £700 back. But
Well, it doesn't say actually
what a
whether-
lovely thing for them to have thought to do.
Remarkable, really.
Yeah.
They were very, very fortunate.
Candice, story in The Telegraph. Online stalkers are out of control, according to TV presenter Laura Whitmore.
Yeah, so this is a story in The Telegraph. The former Love Island presenter, Laura Whitmore, she said that stalking on social media is becoming a real problem. And she, being such a famous person, has really experienced it. But she said it's not very well understood by the social media companies or by the police. So when she went to the police about it, she said they were sort of confused and they didn't really understand where she was coming from because she was talking about things like blocking IP addresses, and I just don't think the education is quite there. But it's interesting that she talks about her as a television presenter getting so much attention, because I've also read things about MPs say that they have to manage social media accounts, but they get so much negativity, and it can really get them down, like full-on abuse. And I just wonder if maybe the social media companies need to have a better understanding of this, and maybe have a department that deals with stalking behaviour.
Well, of course they should, because it's now rampant, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Kev, in the realm of politics, we hear a lot, don't we, about particularly female politicians being bullied out of the trade altogether.
Well, absolutely, and you know, have to have security at home, all that type of thing, which really you can understand why we're getting so many MPs now deciding to chuck it, especially young female MPs, you know. It's a public service. No one asks them to go and do it. They put themselves up for it, and they leave themselves open, especially nowadays through social media, to all sorts of vile abuse. But obviously people then, some horrible individuals, take it to that next level and try and track them down and do them harm. And we've seen it with tragic consequences as well.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's something...
I mean, that's the trouble now, is that MPs clearly feel they have to have a social media platform.
They've got no choice,
Yeah, it's the only way they can... and they really can communicate with their constituents, but it lays them open to this.
Especially Twitter.
Let's cheer ourselves up with the amazing royal cakes that were on show at the 104th Sandringham Royal Flower Show or something, was it?
Yes, that's right, the Sandringham Flower Show. Now, this is a lady by the name of Jackie Marshall, who made a King Charles pie. Now, we need the picture.
I'll hold that up.
There it is, look.
I don't know if you can see that.
So the one on the left, just to be clear, is Prince Charles. The ears are a bit of a giveaway.
Well, I think they are a bit, and the crown.
And
the ears of the crown.
I can definitely see the resemblance.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
What did he think? 'Cause he went along and saw them, didn't he?
So they were there and they saw them, both the royal couple, and Camilla said, "It looks just like my husband." I'm not sure that's a compliment, really. But and then and Charles said, "It looks like something out of Wallace and Gromit."
Yeah, well, it does. I like the puns, of course. We've got the upper crust. We've got His Royal Pie-ness.
And because it went down so well, she made that one for the show. She's now made one for Queen Camilla, which is the other one.
Camilla would have a good sense of humour about it as well.
I quite like the idea of like biting one of King Charles's pastry ears
just
off.
pulling off one of his ears.
That could catch on.
Why not?
Plenty of eating in those ears.
Yeah, there really is, isn't there? In the Telegraph, Candice, then, their award-winning food writer has been talking about barbecues.
Yes, so Diana Henry, she has said, let's spice up the sides a bit, because in barbecues it tends to be all about the meat, but let's do something fun with the sides. And so she said stuff like you can make potato salad, which everyone just thinks is so boring. She thinks you can make it more interesting. So she was saying adding things like onions, pickles, and she also said chicken stock to add a bit of flavour to it.
I've done that before,
Yep, and she said, you know, you can also grill aubergines, onions, peppers. She's like, just be a bit more thoughtful about the sides. I mean, I know we don't have barbecue weather right now. I mean, it's just not great.
It's going to come, I'm confident.
I hope so. I really, really hope so. But I love the sides. I obsess over the sides. And
well, I'm a vegetarian, so that's all I eat is the
Yes.
sides. So they have to be interesting.
What about you, Kev? Because I basically want a tomahawk steak and maybe like a solitary lettuce leaf.
Well, I've got to say, my wife makes a fantastic potato salad. She really does. So I do like that, and I like a coleslaw.
Yeah.
And being Scottish, obviously, I like chips. So if there's any oven chips kicking around,
yeah, absolutely.
That's a big winner for me.
We're talking of holidays as well, and we talked about Centrica Gas yesterday making enormous profits. Well, apparently the airlines are doing quite well too.
Yeah, so, despite the cost of living, maybe in part because of it, people are willing to kind of push the boat out. Things are so miserable at home. Obviously, the weather's not great here. And people are willing to stretch themselves to go on holiday, and as a result, the airlines are experiencing bumper profits, which is a little bit counterintuitive, because you would think that would be something that people would, because times are tough, they might kind of draw their horns in a little bit and not go on holiday. But
If you look at the data, what I find fascinating about this is the price of flights, on average, have gone up by 30%.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering, Candice, is flying going to become the preserve of the rich? Are we going back to pre-package holiday mentality, where the poorer people will have a staycation and pay more because you're fighting for the same places in Cornwall, Devon, Lake District, wherever you go, and the rich people, they don't care? They just keep paying 30% premiums. Are we moving towards being taxed, the net zero angle, the guilt trip of flying? That won't affect the richest. They're still flying, but are the poorer people going to be sort of priced out of the market?
See, but this is what everyone says, and the wealthy will also take a private jet as well without thinking. We've had this huge emancipation of ordinary people able to travel and go on holiday and do things that their grandparents could only dream of. And, this is the trade-off that we sort of have to balance. We want people to have a higher standard of living than they had in the past, while also focusing on things like decarbonisation. But I think so far it's sort of like, well, you have to have a more austere life, rather than thinking about, well, actually, things like holidays are really important to people, and they will prioritise it above pretty much everything.
At the moment, nothing is stopping people going on holiday.
No.
The airlines are chock-a-block, as you say.
Absolutely.
All of the aircraft are full. The airports are busy. If you can get to an airport because of the trains, but people are going on holiday. And I think maybe since the pandemic, that's something we realised we really, really value, and having to do without holidays was awful.
Yeah, I think the fact it was taken away from us so unexpectedly, I think people are like, you don't know what's round the corner, so you might as well enjoy it while you can. Yeah,
I think that is definitely the case. People just think, when that old thing, you don't realise what you have until it's gone.
Yeah.
And flying abroad, the feeling of a foreign beach. I'm holidaying in Pembrokeshire this year, and also Scotland. I love British holidays, but I just love that beating sun on the back. But it's becoming pricier.
Yes, yeah, but also you have guaranteed sunshine as well when you go abroad. I mean, I love Pembrokeshire. I was there 2 years ago, and we stayed on a house on the beach. It's gorgeous, and it's such a hidden gem.
But the only thing is you can't guarantee the weather.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people still want to be able to choose places where you get guaranteed sunshine.
Exactly.
Because you just ache for it, don't
We
you?
need
You really
it,
do.
yeah.
But I've just been looking, I was looking earlier, wasn't I, at my next holiday, and the price of the flight was as much as the stay.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Ridiculous.
And that's awful. It didn't used to be that way.
No, that's right.
There you go. It's time to plan your next holiday, I feel, at the moment. But until then, can I just say thank you very much for coming in today.
It's been
Thank you
great,
very much.
yes.
We managed to get through nearly every paper there,
We did,
didn't we? We've got lots more coming up, though. Of course, we'll have all the latest updates. If you've just woken up, more strikes. We'll tell you all about them in a couple of moments. You're watching Breakfast on GB News. Here's the weather.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your latest GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Like it has seen for every weekend so far in July, low pressure has returned once again. It's pushing its way into northwestern areas of the UK. Those isobars squeezing together, so quite blustery winds throughout much of the weekend. It's also bringing showers for many of us. With those blustery winds, though, the showers will be pushing through at quite a pace, so there'll still be some sunny intervals in between, but showers most frequent for Northern Ireland, parts of western Scotland today, where they could turn heavy, maybe with some hail and thunder in the mixture as well. In those sunnier spells that you do get in between, though, temperatures ranging between around 19, 24 degrees Celsius, but feeling quite cool where you are caught out in that breeze. Into this evening, most of the showers across the bulk of England and Wales will ease their way out, and it should turn largely dry with some late sunny spells. But they'll be continuing throughout the evening and overnight for Northern Ireland, parts of Western down into southern Scotland. Again, could be heavy in places. With the breeze that's around, that's continuing to mix up the air, so it won't be a chilly night by any means. Temperatures getting down to around 12, 13 degrees Celsius or so, but a bit fresher compared to some previous nights. Showers first thing on Sunday straight away for parts of Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, down into northern England. Again, a scattering beginning to bubble up for the southeast England as well. Further towards the west, though, we're starting to draw our attention to this rain that's going to be pushing into the southwest. So a bit of damp weather later on in the day, but temperatures, again, around 19 to 22 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point, but
And action.
Sergeant, the big green, my superstar panel that are already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed. So I guess they've always been quite woke. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often there will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 29th of July. This morning, another day, another rail strike. Members of the RMT union in 14 train operating companies are walking out once again today. When will this wave of strikes be over?
And ITV chef James Martin is the latest celebrity to be accused of workplace bullying. And it could be much more commonplace than many think. Have you experienced that at work? If so, please get in touch.
And with wildfires still raging in Europe, staycations are back on the cards, as some holiday operators say they're witnessing a significant increase in sales of domestic holidays. We'd like to know, what is the destination you'd most recommend to us for a great British holiday?
And of course, the most important thing this weekend, what's happening weather-wise this weekend.
Once again, low pressure has returned for the weekend. Join me later for the full details of what that means for you.
Well, it's great to be with you this Saturday. I'm Anne Diamond.
And I'm Martin Daubney, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Fish and chips, the big story of today. Helen says, I went out to lunch yesterday and I had cod and chips served with peas and a side salad with one slice of bread and butter, and it also came with a cup of tea. My bill was £8.
That sounds like an
Helen, you've got to tell us where. Yeah. Where is this amazing place?
I need to know. We've also been talking about roast chicken today. A story out that the cooking instructions on chickens are making us bake them to death so they're dry, chewy and inedible. What's the best way to cook roast chicken? Marlene. Now, Marlene's got an air fryer, and I'm a big fan of an air fryer.
Air fryers.
Do you have one?
No.
You don't?
No.
I've got one, the Air Ninja. Fantastic. But I don't think they're the best thing for chicken. But Marlene disagrees. Roast chicken in the air fryer, 190 degrees for 45 minutes. Perfect. The whole bird. Woof. Put it in.
190 for 45 minutes.
Yeah, not bad.
But that's not that much quicker than an ordinary oven, is it?
No, but it takes a lot less energy to heat an air fryer than the whole oven. So in terms of cost effectiveness, it's good. I just tend to find, Marlene, that they get quite dry on the outside and not so nice on the inside. That's just me. We're all different.
But you see, some of these top chefs are arguing that we're cooking chickens all wrong, but they all seem to disagree on exactly what is the best way, don't they?
Yeah.
But I think when you're a top chef and you're very, very experienced, you know by the look of the chicken whether it's cooked through or not, and whether it's moist enough or whether you should cook it for a bit longer. The rest of us are mere amateurs.
Yeah, Beverly in Cheshire got a great tip. I always rub a chicken with Oxo Cube together with olive oil on the chicken, so just coat it over. First wrap in tin foil for an hour and then take out for an hour and then put it back in for half an hour and wrap. That takes like all day. That's 2.5 hours all in. Then I take it out, leave it to settle, wrap for an hour. Complicated but delicious. Don't forget the gravy. That's about a 5-hour bird, Beverly.
Yeah, go out for fish and chips instead. The best fish and chips, says Jeff, are at Folkestone Harbour, voted best fish and chips in Kent. Well, they should be at Folkestone Harbour almost, shouldn't they? Should be fresh fish.
Should be a part of the package.
Yeah, and Gary says, I live in Prague and I yearn for English fish and chips. There's nothing to beat it. We do have a few restaurants here that serve fish and chips, but they taste nothing like they do in the good old UK.
The great British fish and chips up. I hope you're all getting as hungry out there as well. I'm starving.
Oh, I know, I'm starving just thinking about it. Shall we move on to the top story this morning? I'm afraid it's the railways again. Rail passengers facing more disruption as members of the RMT union are walking out again today.
Yeah, 14 rail companies will be affected and a large part of the rail network will see little or no service at all today. Services that do run today will finish much earlier than usual.
Well, yes, earlier we spoke to former RMT Assistant General Secretary Steve Headley.
Oh, I don't think there has. I don't think there's been any further offers on the table, and the conditions that there are going to have to be changes in terms and conditions and loss of jobs are still demanded by the government through the companies. So I don't see any prospect of a strike being settled.
So, Steve, what would get a breakthrough to help end this? Because we're in a situation now where the train network is in a very different position post-pandemic. There simply aren't as many passengers returning to work, paying for those expensive season tickets, about 40% volume down. The government is still the biggest investor, 62%, pumping money in. So it's very, very heavily supported by the government already. How much money are you guys looking for, and how much would that cost?
Well, it wouldn't actually cost anything, because the money that the government is pumping in is being quickly pumped back out to shareholders. hundreds of millions of pounds, in fact billions of pounds over the period, last few years over the pandemic period, which is ridiculous because for a lot of time there was only a skeleton service running, but that money still went in and it went out to shareholders of these private companies. If that money was then taken and given to the workers who are actually running the job, the strike would be over. That would pay entirely for the strike. So it wouldn't be another massive amount of money that would need to go in. It would just be better use of the money that was in there already.
I mean, these endless strikes are getting everybody down who wants to be able to use the trains. But from the people that you're speaking to, the people you know well, what is morale like amongst the people who are actually on strike? I mean, how much longer can they go on striking?
Well, the thing is that they're prepared to go on. I mean, the strikes, I have to say, the way the strikes have been called is not. I don't think it's been an effective strategy. Having a few days a month or a few days every couple of months is not being effective. But people are absolutely incandescent that when they've had basically a 3-year pay freeze, inflation's rampant, and that they're being expected to take a real terms pay cut and pay for that real terms pay cut with their jobs and conditions. So they're not going to give in. They're not going to accept anything that's on the table at the minute. And
Steve,
until that's they're prepared to go on strike.
What is it about the train drivers and the train unions that's different from the fact that police, for example, they've accepted a pay deal, teachers have accepted a pay deal, fire workers have, civil servants have, doctors have. How much of this, Steve, is actually about pay and how much is about politics? You know, old socialists like yourself wanting to cause maximum damage to the Conservative government.
Oh, that is really ridiculous. I mean, when people are offered, when inflation over the past 2 years is top 20%, and people are getting offered a 9% pay rise, it's 11, nearly 12% real terms pay cut. Do you really think people are going out over socialism when their pay and the amount of money that they can spend every week has gone down real terms by about 20%? That, you know, it's just. I know you just dredge these things up every now and again, but people don't go on strike for that. I wish they did. I really wish they did.
Well, whatever you think of the unions and the government and the way it's being handled, you've probably got a view like Jim says, I work for... No, not that one. Dave says... Hi, Dave. I have a feeling that both sides in this are running this through to the next election. The Tories would then be able to say they didn't give in, especially if Labour come to an agreement. The Union are also wanting Labour to be in charge so they can use their influence and expect Labour to deal the way they want. It almost does feel like that. It certainly looks as though it's going to go on for another year.
Yeah, and Steve Hadley, if you want to watch the rest of that argument, it's on our YouTube channel at GB News. It's fair to say Steve didn't see the funny side, but I honestly do think now we've gone beyond pay. This is about political damage. What else, Anne, can explain the fact that every other union seems to have come to an agreement, apart from the nurses, of course. I think they're playing politics. They want to damage the Tories. Let us know what you think.
Well, that's one thing, but the other thing you'll want to know today is what's running and what isn't. Where will you be able to travel to by rail today? Earlier on, we spoke to our travel guru, Simon Calder. He's the man who knew.
Actually, things are running pretty normally in lovely Northern Ireland, beautiful Scotland and wonderful Wales, because those railway companies are not affected by the national strike. However, thousands upon thousands of trains are being cancelled today because of yet another strike by members of the RMT union in an extraordinarily long and bitter dispute over pay and working conditions. And that means that if you are making an intercity journey, a journey to or from the seaside, well, you absolutely need to check in advance. Interestingly, there are more trains, I calculate, running today on a national strike day than there have been before. But even so, exactly as you say, things will be wrapping up at about 7 p.m. And the message very much from the train operators is do not start a journey unless you're absolutely sure that you can finish it. And to be fair, I've travelled a lot ever since the first strike day, well, since the 1980s, which was 21st of June last year. Most strike days I've travelled by train, and the services which are advertised tend to run pretty efficiently.
Simon, this has been going on for so long now. You know, Mick, the Grinch Lynch, tried to steal Christmas. Now it seems he's trying to steal the summer. This has been going on forever. It's got to be the longest strike since I was a kid in the 1970s. What are they after, and what do you think it's going to take to reach some kind of breakthrough?
Well, you've summed it up beautifully there, Martin. Yeah, I thought it was all going to be over by Christmas, but last Christmas, I'd be glad if it's over by this coming Christmas. There is a fundamental gap between what the unions want and expect, and we're not just talking here about the RMT. We've got the usual ASLEF overtime bans, a whole series of them, which are basically running Monday to Saturday, very regularly through the Saturday and through the summer. And unfortunately, next Saturday's Pride event in Brighton, one of the biggest Pride events in the country, there will be no trains to Brighton because they didn't think that they could run enough with the overtime ban going on. But let's have a look at what's happening with the RMT, and actually it's the train drivers union as well. The same thing, which is they in many cases haven't had a rise for 4 years. They say we want a decent increase in pay, and please give us that, because obviously we worked all the way through COVID. We're expecting inflation to continue to be high, so we want that decent pay rise. The train operators, who actually are basically just doing the government's bidding, say, well, you can't. Haven't you seen what a disaster finances are in the rail industry since COVID? Basically, the bedrock of season ticket sales, people paying thousands of pounds every year to commute in from places like Winchester and Woking. Well, that's all gone, and not all gone, but large parts of it has, as people tend to work more flexibly. Therefore, we're really short of money, and the only way you can get even a modest increase is if you agree to changes in working conditions. And the unions, who are used to, and good luck to them, every time there's a so-called modernisation or an efficiency, they would extract an extra few percent for that. They say, no, give us a decent pay rise and then we can talk about modernisation.
And that was the amazing Simon Calder, who joined us from a railway station in the south of France.
Yeah, and during the interview, a freight train went past. It didn't even put him off his stride whatsoever, did it? It was
very long freight train, but at least they're running in France.
Consummate professional.
Now, we've been talking all morning about workplace bullying, and we've had so many views in. Thank you very much. Jessie says, for instance, she says, I worked for a large insurance company where our manager thrived on drama. She would select one person to pick on. Her main angles were to single them out, whether that be ensuring that they couldn't join in or working the rest of the team up to get angry with that person.
Shelley adds, I've previously worked in healthcare, in management in the private sector. They were by far the worst bullies I've ever worked for. I was told that I'm married, I don't need a pay rise. Another occasion, if I can afford to take our 3 children to Cuba for holiday, then I didn't need a pay rise.
Craig in Newcastle, thank you, Craig, says the problem with workplace bullying is the cliques that occur with certain people, usually jobsworths or people that have been there longer, and they bully the people like me that just want to go to work, do their job and go home.
Yeah, a lot of people, Anne, were echoing a sentiment that you made earlier, and that is oftentimes the bosses are very pally with the people in HR, and therefore if something gets out to HR, the boss finds out about it anyway, and it can exacerbate the issue and doesn't help at all, but it actually fans the flames.
How do you work it through?
Yeah.
Darren in Milton Keynes says, I've got a slightly different view because I've been a senior manager for decades. I have had lots of colleagues claiming bullying and using it as a defence for their own shortcomings.
Yeah, and there's also been lots of people saying that they actually quite like having very stern bosses. They went out their way to win their respect, and a lot of people saying actually this is just all a bit snowflakey. So where is that balance? Well, let's find out on our next item, because ITV chef James Martin is the latest celebrity to be accused of bullying after a series of incidents were reported by his staff.
Yes, bullying has become a frequent problem in the workplace, with the human resources company CIPD saying that 53% of those people who have been bullied or harassed in the last 3 years did not report the problem to a higher authority.
Yeah, and how do you know you're being bullied at work, and what can you do about it? Well, let's now go to Joe Hemmings, behavioural psychologist. Top of the morning to you, Joe. Thanks for joining us. So the big question is, what is stern management? What is calling out incompetence? What is calling out poor behaviour or performance? And then crossing that line into outright abusive behaviour.
Morning, both. It's interesting. It's quite a fine line, and a lot of it is to do with how an individual interprets that behaviour. So one person could consider a stern rule management style as being okay, and another person could say, no, I feel sort of intimidated by this, I feel threatened by it, I feel uncomfortable. So a lot of it is in the eye of the beholder to a degree. But actually, if you think about the workplace, a funny structure really. You go to a job, the boss sort of mentors you a bit, or your manager mentors you in order that you might get their job ultimately. And I do think that some managers find that quite difficult. Look, here I am bringing on this person, training them up, but actually, eventually they want my job. And so those managers feel quite intimidated or threatened, let's put it that way, by that junior who's doing perhaps as well or better than them, and that they can see them going up through the ranks and possibly getting their own role. And so they start to sort of be unpleasant, difficult, bullying to that individual to sort of almost put them off that track to getting their own job.
The question is, though, what do you do about it? If, as has been reported, and I certainly would feel this, that I don't want to, I'd be reluctant to report the problem to HR because I would just be afraid that they'll make it worse. So how do you start to unravel the problem? Is there any solution to it at all?
Look, I think you do have to report it, but I do think you need to go with some sort of evidence, if you like. That makes you feel more secure. So make a note of those times it's happening. What is happening to you? What's being said? Is there written evidence in emails or whatever? And so when you do go to HR, you've got a kind of dossier, if you like, of this has been going on and this has been happening to me. And I think that would make people more reassured about reporting bullying than simply going into HR and saying, look, I'm in a difficult position, someone's bullying me. As I say, one person's bullying is another, is acceptable to somebody else. But if you feel you're being bullied, you're feeling uncomfortable, get that evidence together and go and present it to HR. And, if HR's a good enough department, they are obliged to take that seriously.
So, Joe, we've had a huge response from GB News viewers this morning on this topic. It's really got people going. It's really touched a nerve, with some saying it was so bad it gave me a stroke, it gave me physical manifestations, but others saying this is now a complete change of culture where we are, in effect, Generation Snowflake. We're encouraging people to feel victimised, and stern management, tough management, which in the past would have been acceptable, is now seen as unacceptable and is often being weaponised as a way of getting rid of bosses. And in that instance, everybody loses, don't they?
Look, I think there's a big difference between tough management style and bullying, to be fair. And actually, you could flip that and say, we are in a climate now where people feel more able to come forward. I think if you look back 20 or 30 years that people who were bullied, they really did not feel they could come forward because they were frightened they would lose their jobs, they were frightened they would get a bad reputation in their company. A lot of legislation has enabled people to come forward. But I think people have to ask themselves, this is why I say get a dossier, get evidence. Is it just a one-off incident? Did I come into work feeling not so good that day? Did I take something the wrong way? I'm not suggesting that they're not being bullied, but I do think you've got to ask yourself, is it a one-off? Is it your boss in a bad mood that day? I mean, it has to be a consistency of behaviour, I think, for it to become bullying rather than a one-off incident where someone may be in a grumpy mood or...
I guess you also have to ask yourself, is it making me deeply unhappy? Is it making me think I'll change my job? Because, that's... Ultimately, you shouldn't have to feel unhappy at work, should you?
And the problem is that we spend so much time at work that we go home and we can't sleep at night, or we take it out on our families because it's a constant high level of cortisol, the stress hormone, that's all pervasive, and you're never really settled from it. So I think if you're feeling that way and that anxious, really, I think you can probably conclude that you are being bullied, or at least you're so uncomfortable you feel you've got to say something, because otherwise, you're just feeling sort of managed out, which is a horrible feeling when you're in a job.
And Jo, finally, what makes a bully? Are you born a bully? Do you learn to be a bully by it being in a bullying environment? Or, a lot of people have been saying on The Views this morning, bullies who are bullies at school just go on to be bullies in the workplace too.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. They probably do. Look, most bullies are bullies because either they've got their own inadequacies and their own fears that they're actually not as good at their job as they think, so therefore they rule with an iron rod in order to prove that, or they've found it effective. They've grown up saying, I kind of get my way by behaving like this and it works for me. So there are all sorts of reasons why people are bullies, but unless they are called out at some point, that will continue to go on, unfortunately.
Super stuff. Well, Jo Hemmings, thank you for your insight this morning. Fascinating. It really has got people going today, this one, Anne, and there've been loads and loads of views coming in. I think it's really sort of scratched the nerve. A lot of people out there seem to have bullying bosses, and maybe the James Martin story has helped to have that sort of conversation. Yeah, I still don't think... that shows the complexity of the problem. You still don't know, after all morning talking about it, whether or not it's ever... It can ever be solved. Yeah. If you've got somebody who's absolutely... gets off on being nasty to you, how do you ever really resolve it? But then we had a fascinating comment earlier on from a police officer in Coventry, pardon me, I forget your name, who said that they had a very, very tough, domineering, bullying boss, he said, who publicly humiliated him in front of the entire squad over a report being a day late. And then he was set out to make it his career's mission to please this guy. He ended up becoming his best friend, and he said it's the best boss he ever had. So there's an incident of somebody interpreting that behaviour in a completely different way. It could have been the making or the breaking of him, but this guy actually sort of said it helped him. It's pretty extraordinary, that, isn't it? Because I would make it my life's mission to defy him. To get revenge. Yeah, I would, rather than try and please him. Yeah. But it clearly worked out for them in the end. But I still say that we all have a right to enjoy our work, I think. It may be a lot to hope for with some jobs, but I think there's no way you should actually feel unhappy going to work. Yeah, incredibly interesting. We all also have we all have an obligation to do our best at work and to be nice to people. What's wrong with being nice to people? Yeah, but why do some people find it so difficult? But then, if you're nice to people, do you get the best out of them? Yeah. Because they think, oh, this is a nice thing. I can hang out and chill out all day. Well, actually, you've got some productivity, you've got some deadlines here, so you need to crack the whip every now and then, surely. Well, you've still got time to get in with your views. GBviews at gbnews.com. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it, thank you. Yeah, we got...
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your latest GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Like it has seen for every weekend so far in July, low pressure has returned once again. It's pushing its way into northwestern areas of the UK. Those isobars squeezing together, so quite blustery winds throughout much of the weekend. It's also bringing showers for many of us. With those blustery winds, though, the showers will be pushing through at quite a pace, so there'll still be some sunny intervals in between, but showers most frequent for Northern Ireland, parts of western Scotland today, where they could turn heavy, maybe with some hail and thunder in the mixture as well. In those sunnier spells that you do get in between, though, temperatures ranging between around 19, 24 degrees Celsius, but feeling quite cool where you are caught out in that breeze. Into this evening, most of the showers across the bulk of England and Wales will ease their way out, and it should turn largely dry with some late sunny spells, but they'll be continuing throughout the evening and overnight for Northern Ireland, parts of western down into southern Scotland. Again, could be heavy in places, with the breeze that's around that's continuing to mix up the air, so it won't be a chilly night by any means. Temperatures getting down to around 12, 13 degrees Celsius or so, but a bit fresher compared to some previous nights. Showers first thing on Sunday straight away for parts of Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, down into northern England. Again, a scattering beginning to bubble up for the southeast England as well. Further towards the west, though, we're starting to draw our attention to this rain that's going to be pushing into the southwest. So a bit of damp weather later on in the day, but temperatures, again, around 19 to 22 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Monday to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Dan Wootton. You can watch me live on GB News Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. And did you know that you can also watch and listen live on our website, gbnews.com? You'll always be up to date on the latest breaking news, as well as enjoying the best stories, opinions and shows. You can even join the debate under our live player as you're watching. So head straight to gbnews.com on TV, radio and online. GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, no, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching. Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Martin and Anne. For some reason, I've got a frog in my throat. I don't know why, because I'm thinking fish and chips at the moment. The fish and chip debate is becoming huge. It's spreading across the country. The price of fish and chips. At the Paddocks pub, according to Mike, in Bredsall, Derby, you can have the meal deal. 2 large cod and chips with mushy peas for $11.99.
Absolutely wonderful.
Price.
And we are quickly assimilating here a kind of fish and chip league table, the prices across Britain. I've got to give a shout out to Skegness, a place I went to most years as a kid. Richard says this: we were walking along the seafront in Skegness yesterday and saw haddock and chips for £4.50. No wonder Skeggy is so ruddy popular.
Well, yeah, they know how to price it right, don't they? Ian says the best fish shop in Britain is the Fountain in Coatbridge. Special haddock supper for £9.60. Not bad.
Great.
But Carol says, Oh, she's got a goodie, Carol has. There are offers for fish and chips around. My local pub, the Gare Inn in Newport, on a Friday, have an offer of £9, and that includes a lovely glass of wine or beer.
Oh, that sounds beautiful. But this is sober reading. Alec says our local fish and chip shop here in Taunton is fantastic. However, fish and chips times 2 is 22 quid.
Ooh.
So unaffordable for most, especially for those with large families.
Yeah, some fish and chippies, well, I don't know whether they'd like to be called chippies anymore, but some are clearly aiming at a sort of more middle-class customer, aren't they? Mary, in a very hot Spain, she said, we live in Spain and there is a chippy just outside Alicante serving fish and chips, peas and bread and butter with the choice of cod or haddock, €8 each.
I'm going slightly off-piste here from battered fish, but Stacey and Steve are getting me drooling. We had a delicious meal in St Ives, which cost 22 quid for the main, which was medium sea bass, small place fillet, small white fish in batter, 2 large king prawns, 3 scallops, chips and salad. That sounds fantastic.
Oh,
I'm starving.
Me too. Absolutely. But this is very interesting, the way the price of fish and chips in most places is soaring, though some places are obviously keeping it reasonable. It's becoming an expensive meal. Who would have thought? Now, we were hearing there from Mary in a very hot Spain, and it's terrible, isn't it, with the wildfires sweeping across some of the most popular destinations, such as Spain and Greece, and many British tourists have seen their flights and holidays cancelled. Yeah, experts say it could be leading to a boost in domestic tourism as holidaymakers choose less risky options closer to home. So, to our South East of England reporter, Ray Addison, he takes up the story in his region.
The footage makes for terrifying viewing. Once desirable holiday destinations turned into a hell on earth in just a matter of hours. And the dream of a relaxing vacation left in tatters for hard-working British tourists due to airline cancellations and the fear of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But could the Mediterranean's loss be the UK's gain? Along England's south coast, industry experts say they're hearing anecdotal reports of an increase in bookings. Fran Downton is chief executive of Tourism South East. She says staycations appear to be on the rise.
So in surveying our visitors to the South East, we know that 38% of those will be returning back to the South East this year. We also know a further 16% who would normally go abroad have chosen the South East to take their days and short trips. It's a known quantity. Actually, those possible queues at airports, travelling to maybe unbearably hot areas at the moment, and the risk factor with that means that the UK is a really viable alternative.
With 66 sites across England, Scotland and Wales, Parkdean Resorts is the leading operator of holiday parks in the country. Operations Director Barry Robinson says demand is suddenly up.
In the last week, we've seen a 20% spike in our booking rate year on year. That is attributable, I think, unfortunately, to the events that have occurred in Greece and in Europe. So I was at a park in the northeast this week and I spoke to a family that should have been in Rhodes for a fortnight. They'd done, I think, 4 or 5 nights of their holiday. They came back on Sunday, tragically. But what they managed to do, because they had time portioned for holiday, was to rebook that. So they're staying with us now for 5 nights, Monday to Friday.
Meanwhile, Fran says, in an unexpected twist, UK holiday destinations are being told to prepare for an increase in tourists from Mediterranean countries as they search for their own safe havens to relax in Britain's more moderate temperatures.
Certainly from foreign nationals, there's a distinct possibility that actually it's seen as a safer bet. It takes the risk out of perhaps cancellations they might see or certainly getting stuck in a destination. And at the moment, our weather is slightly changeable, but obviously it's warm. So it's a comfortable alternative, I think, as a destination.
Ray Addison, GB News.
And we were asking you earlier, actually, where are the best places in Britain to go on holiday? And everybody's got a view on that as well. We were hearing Isle of Wight, magical, we were told.
Yeah, Llandudno was coming up, although the fish and chips are pricey.
Well, I was going to say, yes, at Skegness, where they're not.
Yeah.
We've got lots more to come for you. Stephanie Tecci is going to join us. We're going to be talking about Brangelina and how they have split in their divorce settlement, how they have split their vineyard.
It's worth $162 million for a vineyard.
Unbelievable. And Aidan will be joining us as well to talk about the sport. So we've got lots more to come. Stick with us. This is Breakfast on GB News.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Fridays from 8, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weeknights on GB News from 6 p.m. You'll always get drama.
Please stop, Michelle.
I know, yeah.
Please stop.
Should I just shut up?
Romance.
You like me, I like you. There you go.
There you are. Well, don't tell anybody.
Adventure.
Etc.
That's the whole point. But
and action.
Sergeant, we're being greeted by superstar panel that are already at it. They're fighting. It's going to be quite a show.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Co, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views, and often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not
believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton Tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often there will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel. Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast today with Anne and Martin. Do you know, I've been looking forward to Boris. When we heard that the Daily Mail was signing Boris Johnson to do a column every Saturday, I thought, that'll be worth reading because, he usually says things that are outrageous or interesting, and there'll be so many things to talk about. And this is his column today. You know, I mean, he obviously is required to write, 2,000 words.
Yeah.
And that's usually what goes into a column. But he's not saying anything. And this must be like the 10th week now. He hasn't said anything worth talking about at all. Today he's talking about the Barbie movie.
Yeah, I find it fascinating that nobody on our newspaper review... We've had 3 waves of newspaper reviews. We've gone through about 30 stories. Nobody even thought about picking this up. He talks about fat loss injections in the first week.
That was his very first...
Very first one. It's like, OK, they were scratching their heads. And you know that phrase, all killer, no filler? This is the opposite. It's all filler, no killer. There's no politics, there's no inside line. And as somebody who's edited magazines and newspapers for many years, if I got that landed on my desk, I'd think, what are we paying for him?
I would think, why did the editor sign him? And how much did we pay him? That's what I'd be thinking.
Is it interesting? You were talking about Meghan and Harry.
It's the same thing. Nobody, when they offered, when Spotify or whoever it was, Netflix, offered particularly Meghan, when they offered her the idea of doing her own programme, a documentary, and then podcasts. And actually, they offered the idea to Harry as well, who came up with the idea that he might interview the Pope about something or other. And nobody thought to actually check the quality of the commodity they were buying. And these mega people at Spotify and Netflix are turning around and saying, well, they actually haven't got anything to say. And what? Duh.
Yeah. And
how much money did they offer them?
And I think, the public have every right to feel a bit mugged off by this, Anne, because, the name's enough. You will listen to whatever they've got to say because they're Meghan, because they're Harry, and now because they're Boris. I'd be interested to find out from somebody at the Mail if this has been a worthwhile investment, a separate topic for another day.
Yeah, did you really pay Boris Johnson to talk about the Barbie movie in 2,000 words?
Yeah, who cares?
I just don't understand it. Yeah, who cares at the end of the day? Anyway, there you go. That's our rant for today. Now, despite the wet weather, many events across the UK are going to go ahead as normal, because we're British, and in Northern Ireland, it's no different.
Yeah, indeed. The youth soccer tournament, Super Cup Northern Ireland, has been running over the last week with teams from right across Europe competing. Our legendary Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie, has been finding out what it's all about.
Northern Ireland's summer festival season is well underway, and on its Gold Coast, the bandstands are full and encouraging the locals into some fancy footwork. In the same towns, the playing fields are supplying footwork of a different kind. The Northern Ireland Super Cup is celebrating its 40th year, and the chairman, Victor Leonard, gives us an idea of its importance.
We've had teams coming from across the 5 continents over the 40 years. Some of the biggest name clubs in the world have been here, both national and the club sides. And this year is no exception. We certainly got probably some of the big club names from particularly UK, from Premiership and from the Scottish Premiership. Well, I think it brings a lot in that our local young youth talent, our footballers, have progressed quite well in Northern Ireland. We've now got academies up and running, and some of the academies very, very professionally run. And it means it gives an opportunity to play against the likes of the Manchester Uniteds, the Liverpools, the Rangers, the Celtics, and then, of course, goes into the Bayern Munichs of this world.
Keith Gillespie had a very successful Premiership career and recognises the importance and exposure in tournaments such as this.
I mean, this is a tournament now which is well known throughout the world, and every scout, turns up at these games because there is some great talent on show. It is difficult to actually make it, because there is a small percentage, but there's plenty of players I've seen this week which I've no doubt will go on and have careers, be it in England, Scotland, even Europe.
It's more than likely within the next 4 years some of the lads playing here will appear in the Premiership. But these tournaments are about much more than developing physical skills. It's all about ability, attitude and dealing with situations while under pressure. Zavin Hines had a great career with West Ham and is now passing those skills and wisdom onto a new generation.
Enjoy the process. I think sometimes we think about the future so much that we actually not enjoy actually trying to become a professional footballer. I think some of them have arrogance, there's a difference between arrogance and confidence. And then there's some with confidence within themselves, as in they want to get better, but they actually know that they're not there yet. So I've got a few in my team who are confident, but always ask questions. And for me, that shows a different level of confidence.
The Super Cup has grown through some of Northern Ireland's darkest years and still continues to open doors for those individuals that may see it as somewhat of a mystery. Doogie Beattie, GB News, Portstewart.
Doogie Beattie there. Lovely pictures, though, wasn't it? And very stalwart British, got to keep going, even if it's raining. Now, Stephanie and Aidan have joined us, and I was just mulling through the Times, and it's a really great day for celebrity birthdays today. So, shall we start? Yeah. Because you can tell me how old, for instance, today is Kate Bush.
I'm going to go 66.
And I said 68.
Well, she's older than me, and I'm no spring chicken. I'm going to say she's early 60s, 63.
She's 65. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Kate.
I'm closest.
Yeah, what did you say, 66?
66, yeah.
We've got Paul Anka. Do you remember Paul Anka, who sang the Diana song? Diana? No, you don't.
No.
Right, I do. He's 82. He's 82. Come on, these are good. We've got Frances de la Tour, right? The actress from Rising Damp.
OK, definitely getting on a bit. I would say 84.
82.
85.
She'd be really miffed. She's 79. Oh. Lawrence Fishburne. Now, there's a good one.
Oh, he's aged pretty well. I would say he's probably 66.
61.
68.
It's easy for my job, isn't it? 62.
I'm getting closest to all these.
Harriet Harman. Right.
I'm going to go 63.
I think a little bit younger, 61.
I would say 64.
She'll be thrilled with you. She's 73.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. All right, Friends actress Lisa Kudrow.
OK, I'm going to go 51.
I would say 53.
No, she's a bit older than that, because she's old. She's a bit older. I'd say she's mid-50s, 56.
Oh, she'll probably be thrilled with that. 60. She's 60.
Wow.
It goes on. We've got Christopher Nolan, who is the filmmaker of the moment.
I know this one.
Because he made Oppenheimer.
Is he 94?
Christopher Nolan?
No, actually, no, I got this wrong. I was
He's not going to be happy with you.
No, he really wouldn't be.
Is he 72?
No. No, he's 53.
Oh, you said 90.
It says here, this is the Times, and I believe them.
Confused with someone else.
All right, and
his dad.
And last but most definitely not least, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, God.
I'm going to go 68.
I think it's a bit younger than that. Let's go 65.
I would say 63.
76.
Oh, there we go.
A very experienced man. Actually, it goes on. I'll just tell you. Hilary Swank, again, a famous actress, she's 46. And Daley Thompson, the decathlete,
I'm going to go
Olympic gold medalist.
63.
No, he's a bit older than that. He's been around.
Yeah.
I'd say 67.
I would say 66.
65, you're very near.
Yeah, good.
Oh, my goodness, what a day for birthdays.
I know. And can I just say, it's my dad's birthday today, and he is 21 again.
Of course he is. Yeah, of course.
Happy birthday, Bob.
Now, we were talking sport earlier.
You were.
So can I just kick off? I want to know from Stephanie what's happening with Brangelina and their vineyard.
Chateau Maraval. It's in the south of France. It was very much a chateau of their love. It's where they got married, and it symbolises they had so many wonderful memories there and wonderful times there. They bought it for £17 million in 2008. It is now worth £128 million. The problem is
an investment.
Not a bad return.
Yeah, very good. But Angelina, in 2022, she sold it to a Russian oligarch, which got Brad's...
Oh, she's already sold it?
Yeah, she sold her half. So Brad is now having to partner up with a Russian oligarch. So he took it to the courts because he's saying, look, Angelina's trying to get me in business with someone who's got poison intentions, really seedy guy. They were taking it to the courts, but now they've decided that they're going to settle out of court. So they are going to have a mediator on this. It's been quite controversial for both of them, and I think because they've got 6 children together, they know if it goes to the courts, it's going to be played out really nasty.
They'll lose it all
already.
the lawyers.
Some of the statements that have been coming out, you know, Angelina's called... she's called Brad a bully, all this kind of stuff. So I think it's actually quite good for them to take it out the courts and they can settle it, because it's the only thing that's been lingering on with their divorce settlement, this chateau.
Don't you find, Aidan, that most couples argue about CDs? or maybe the dog.
Or the dog.
It's funny. I did know someone who's quite prominent, well known on television. He told me a couple of years ago that he didn't get any inheritance from his parents because they spent about 8 years fighting each other, and they ended up with nothing. And the only winners, as Anne just mentioned a moment ago, were the lawyers.
Yeah, you can waste money just like that.
Yes, you can.
But divorce sets two people very often completely at loggerheads with each other. They won't agree about anything. But it's interesting then, Angelina must have sold that obviously well before the Ukraine war.
Yeah, she did, definitely. And the million...
But Brad is left with the other half of the same
so that's why he's been quite annoyed by it. It's kind of stuck there. And I think that's kind of spiteful of Angelina because, you know, she could have kept it in the family, given it to one of the children if you had to.
Her.
I think through this
How long have they been broken up?
They've been broken.
Separated.
They divorced in, was it 2016?
Okay.
I always thought Angelina Jolie liked to sort of pride herself on being this kind of ethical...
humanitarian.
And suddenly, oligarch, I'll take your money. Thanks very much. It doesn't matter. It's like, come on, everyone's got a price.
Yeah.
Aidan, let's do a bit of sport. Now, the Ashes, I still think England was robbed by the weather in Old Trafford. Now the Aussies are playing out a bit of a solace back to the 80s, single-run Test cricket, reminiscent of the boycott era.
They look like a team who want to get out of this country as quickly as possible, not by the speed of their cricket, just by literally wearing England down. However, there is a carrot at the end of it. They want to win a tournament here, win a series here for the first time since 2001, which will be a feather in their cap. But it's creating some quite boring cricket by Australia. That's not what we're used to from Australia. And I'm not even talking about going back a few years ago. I'm talking about in relatively recent times. They just don't play like that. England are now the expansive side, but it hasn't paid off. They've reached 592 on Thursday at Old Trafford, and we're gutted to see that it didn't. It wasn't to prevail just because of the rain. And Australia got to 295 yesterday, so they lead by 12. We've seen more play action than I thought we would, because there's been a lot of rain in the last couple of days, haven't we? At the Oval, and they're off again at 11 this morning. Steve Smith hitting 71. He was lucky to survive a run out yesterday for Australia with some controversy at the stumps. But look, if England can force a draw, I think, given everything that happened and all the things that have happened throughout the series, I think that would be a respectable result.
It would be a triumph.
Yeah.
But it would in some ways, though, Anne, because everyone would know then that you've been defeated by the rain, and Australia really are the reigning champions.
Nice. I see what you did there.
I might have cracked that one before, actually.
Nice little pun. Now then, Kylie.
Yes.
In Las Vegas. First we had Adele, now Kylie is starting on November the 3rd.
Yes, well, there is no business like show business, but in Las Vegas is where a lot of singers go to get the money because they get paid millions to have stints there. So Kylie says she's announced her Las Vegas residency. She's not going to be in Caesar's Palace because that's where you really get about capacity of 4,000 fans. She's going to be in the Venice Hotel, the Venison Hotel, and it's only going to be a capacity of 1,000, so it's less, but she wants it more intimate and stuff. So this will be the first time she's going to be back in Las Vegas since 2011, so it's going to be a big one.
How long is a residency usually?
3 months.
Gosh, so it's not as long as I thought.
No.
You just rake it in during those 3 months.
Every single weekend you'll be performing there, and you do bring the crowds from all over the world who will come and come and watch.
And they tend to extend residences if they do well.
They do, and I think Kylie has that factor. She's got the X factor, and I think she's got so many fans around the world who would love to see her perform in Vegas. So I think it's a good one for her, because I think for a lot of artists, you can get money from selling music, but it really is from the performances where you can connect with your
Britney
fans.
Spears had a long residency.
Yeah, she did. So did Shania Twain and Celine Dion.
Yeah.
She's had to
I suppose it was all started by one Frank Sinatra, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's one of the first that ever went ever went to Las Vegas and stayed there for months and months and months and just raked them in. Yeah.
Have you seen a performance in Las Vegas? Or have you been to Vegas?
No, I've never been to Vegas. Love to go.
I used to go to Vegas every year before I had children, then that's another pleasure that was denied.
I was on stage with Calvin Harris in 2015 because I knew somebody who was involved, and they gave me a black wristband, not expecting it to be... I thought it might get me in with a few of my friends. They didn't believe me, and I was just escorted all the way to the stage. It was incredible.
You can't beat that story.
That tops the lot.
OK, Stephanie, Aidan, I think we're going to have to leave it there.
Yeah, thank you so much for being with us. Have a super Saturday, won't you? That's it from us, but do stay tuned because Esther and Phil are here with Saturday Morning Live.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry, here with your latest GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Like it has seen for every weekend so far in July, low pressure has returned once again. It's pushing its way into northwestern areas of the UK. Those isobars squeezing together, so quite blustery winds throughout much of the weekend. It's also bringing showers for many of us. With those blustery winds, though, the showers will be pushing through at quite a pace, so there'll still be some sunny intervals in between, but showers most frequent for Northern Ireland, parts of western Scotland today, where they could turn heavy, maybe with some hail and thunder in the mixture as